Present in the session hall is Senator Matt Rector and Senator Palacios and yourself, Madam Speaker. At the moment, no
Oh, and
quorum.
Senator Ada, I see Senator Ada as well. Okay, thank you very much. Sergeant at Arms, I ask again if you can please call all of the senators. A Legislature in Guam is called to order. We left off and said we were going to start off this morning with Bill number 135. And I'd like to recognize the sponsor, Senator Ada.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to move that Bill 135-30 COR, as substituted by the Committee on Economic Development, Health and Human Services, and Judiciary, be put on the third reading, and I'd like to discuss it.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, the Bill 135, first of all, to answer the question of why is Bill 135 needed, we've all read at one time or another that we anticipate approximately 17,000 temporary workers who will be coming to Guam to support the military buildup. These temporary workers will be housed in barracks. Basically, I guess that's the simplest way to describe the housing that they will be put into. In the research that we've done, these types of housing for temporary workers is very much susceptible to a higher health risk. They're living in a more densely populated environment, and a lot of these, so as a result, the susceptibility to an outbreak of disease is a lot greater. These people, of course, the temporary workers, will be going out into the community to interact with the community at one time or another. And so the chances of if a disease breaks out in the camps, they go out in the community, contaminate the community, and spread that disease, our public health system, which is already strained as it is, will be strained even further. Now the problem, of course, is that, and we've seen in the news reports these past couple of days, that the Division of Environmental Health at the Department of Public Health and Social Services is certainly very much understaffed. They are understaffed and do not have the resources to be able to carry out the inspections that are mandated at the various establishments that we have out there. The past couple of nights, the story is about, we have a lot of massage parlors out there, and, they're not getting inspected because they don't have the resources. There was another story that came up, the stray dog situation, which I believe is under the responsibility of the Department of Public Health. Again, there's a problem there that's just starting to grow, but we haven't been able to attend to it. Well, I think that we need to start taking proactive measures with regards to the temporary worker barracks that will be popping up all over the island, and make sure that the environmental health of those facilities are in fact being maintained. Now, what Bill 135 does is it will give the Department of Public Health two basic authorities. One is they will be authorized to establish and hire up to 15 additional personnel that will be needed to support the inspection program for these worker camps. Those 15 personnel that will be hired will include, for example, the hiring of one environmental health supervisor, up to 10 environmental health specialists or inspectors. Two environmental health engineers. These are the guys that go out there and actually inspect the facilities to make sure that they are working and up to par, up to standards. And of course, one customer service representative, which basically is the liaison between the camps and the Division of Environmental Health. In addition to that, we also know that the reality is that we can give them the budget to hire. We can give them the authority to establish the positions. Actually, these positions that I just named are existing positions within the department. we can give them those authorities to say, okay, go out and fill these positions. But the reality is that they may not be able to fill those positions. The private sector right now, in many cases, is hiring away many of the government employees because they are able to actually offer higher wages. So the reality is that we may not be able to fill those positions in a timely manner. So the other authority that Bill 135 provides to the department is that they can go out then and contract for the inspection services of an independent inspection company. And there are requirements, of course, to certify that these independent inspection companies are in fact competent to be able to conduct the inspections according to the parameters established by the Department of Public Health and Social Services. So those are the two authorities then that it provides to the department. How are you going to do it? What resources are we going to give them? Then comes the question as to, so how are we going to fund this program to make sure that we are able to conduct those inspections? And the Bill 135 proposes to add an additional fee to the current registration fee that is assessed for each H-2 laborer that comes in to Guam. Currently, that fee is $1,000. Now, the Bill 135 that was reported out of committee proposed to tag on an additional $243. The committee staff went back and looked at those numbers again, and I will be offering a amendment to reflect the recalculations, which is a lot less than that $241. Now, before I make my first amendment, Madam Speaker, I just want to say that I'm sure many of my colleagues have received letters from the Guam Contractors Association saying that opposing the bill. One, they say it's not needed. It's not needed because the Naval Facilities Command intends to make sure that when they send out the request for proposals or the bids, that they put in this criteria that the contractor is going to have to maintain the proper environmental health standards. That the Naval Facilities Command intends to hire a construction manager who will then be tasked with the responsibility of inspecting these camps. The Naval Facilities Command intends all these good intentions, but nobody can show it in writing. Well, Bill 135 basically reflects an initiative on the part of our government and a statement saying that we need to take the responsibility for the health in our community. And if everybody has all these good intentions, fine, then all the better, then the health in our community will be looked after. But as of right now, there's nothing else in writing that says it will be done. Bill 135 basically is an initiative in that direction. The other objection that the Guam Contractors Association has is that the bill did not have a proper public hearing. They were never informed. Well, that's not true. They came to the office. The bill was introduced on June 12th. We met in my office. I believe it was June 16th. The Committee on Public Health did publish in the newspaper twice, made the two required notices of the public hearing. And in fact, my staff personally made a call to a representative of the Guam Contractors Association, keeping him abreast of the scheduling for the public hearings. The public hearing was held on July 15th. Only Public Health showed up. So, to suggest that they weren't properly noticed and this thing slept under the radar in the dark of night is simply not true. Finally, their objection is that they do not feel that the contractors out there can afford this additional fee added on to each H-2 laborer. But their solution to it is there must be another better a more equitable way. Well, nobody has stepped forward yet. And quite frankly, I guess the easy thing is we could say, okay, Department of Public Health, here's what we want you to do. Go out and develop then the rules and regulations and conduct the public hearings and all that stuff. Quite frankly, I think the department is quite stretched, and I think I know where that sort of mandate is going to end up at. Nowhere. So I suggest that we need to pass Bill 135 start, because this is something where you have to train up inspectors. This is a process that's going to need to be developed, and it's not going to happen overnight. So we need to start working on it and start developing it now. Madam Speaker, with that, I don't know whether you want to open it up first for general discussion, or whether I can go ahead and start then by making my first amendment to the bill.
It really is up to you, because
Okay.
I think some of the ones that you mentioned earlier might be critical in terms of, to generate more discussion, that
Sure.
you mentioned the increase.
In that case, then, let me just get through, and some of these amendments really are more, there's two amendments that I want to make, which I consider very substantive. The other three are really more so housekeeping. The first amendment that I would like to make, and the pages are passing out the amendments now, has to do with, on page 4, section 2, under definitions, on lines 8 through 12. It starts off with subparagraph F, environmental health specialist, and I simply want to change the definition there, so that really what it reads is that definition should be limited term, should read, limited term means the duration of employment for individuals hired under this act and whose appointment shall expire no later than September 30, 2015. And the reason for this amendment is that, of course, this assessment of this extra fee, the establishment of this new section that will basically be focused on conducting inspections of the barracks, is a temporary program that is needed to address the surge of temporary workers that will be here on Guam up to the year 2015. So as a result, the bill intends this to really have a sunset clause unless the legislature decides on September 30, 2015 that there's enough reason to warrant extending the program. So that, Madam Chair, is the First Amendment. It's just a change in that definition.
On the amendment, the other amendment, Senator Rector, you recognize.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First off, I'd like to commend the author of this bill. It's much needed and much timely. And it's not just needed for this military buildup. It's not just needed for inspection of barracks. You know, these environmental health specialists go out and inspect restaurants, they inspect schools, they inspect cafeterias, they inspect all sorts of things on our island to keep our families safe. And right now, we have almost none of them. When you and I, Madam Speaker, were sitting through some of the DOE budget hearings, I asked some of these folks, when was the last time your school was inspected by an environmental health specialist? And they said, well, it hasn't been. Even after they shut the school down because it failed an inspection, they didn't have the personnel to go back and inspect again. We are desperately short of these folks. These are the people, the staff, that keep all of our families safe every single day. You know, I went to a restaurant last night and they had a nice big A on the window. How old was that? Who knows? When was the last time they had an inspection? Probably not for a couple of years. I mean, now that doesn't mean the restaurant was unsafe, But how do we know? This is why we have these regulatory agencies in our government. It's why they're part of our public structure, because they protect the public. 15 personnel to inspect every place on our island is not too much. Not too much at all. You think about it, their jobs to inspect restaurants, their jobs to inspect bars, their jobs to inspect schools and cafeterias and dormitories and hotels, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We need them. It is not too much, and even after the military buildup's done, we still have more restaurants today than we did last year. We're still going to have more need for health inspectors. So on this amendment, I'm going to have to rise to oppose it. I think these should be full classified employees. And there's another reason, and the good author of the bill brought it up. We might have trouble hiring people for these jobs. Well, if they're temporary jobs, of course we're going to have trouble hiring them. These need to be careers, civil service careers, where these folks know that they're protected. If they go out and find a big contractor that has a big barracks that's treating his people like slave and unsanitary conditions, they have to know that they have full civil service protection to stand up and say, this is wrong, this is not right, this is not what the people of Guam will accept on our island. They have to have the confidence that when they go into a restaurant or a hotel, that they can stand up and say, this is not safe. I don't care how rich and powerful you are, I have the protection of civil service protection, and I'm going to find you in contempt and I'm going to cite you. There's reasons we have civil service protection, the reason we have classified employees, so that we can build decent careers and we have inspectors that are not subject to corruption, that are not subject to the influence of money on the outside, that aren't going to say, well, shoot, I'm going to be out of a job in a week and you're going to give me a couple grand to give you a clean inspection. It could happen. We know it could happen. So I'm going to have to rise to oppose this amendment, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Rector. On the amendment, are there any other speakers? Senator Pangilinan, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also have some concerns with putting regulatory enforcement officials under limited term appointment. Not that these individuals are not going to have the necessary skills to do the job, but for me, it's kind of the same reason why I certainly am not supportive of the idea of putting unclassified workers who are under the direct hiring authority of a single entity and single person to be on boards and commissions, because there's just no barrier, no protection for independence. But I do want to correct the following speaker's statements, though, is that I was at those hearings with you on the education issue, and these inspectors did go back to the schools and inspect the schools to open them up. So to just make that statement that, nobody's out there doing anything, I think is not true. And I want to just set for the record that when the public and health inspectors went out to the schools, inspected them and shut them down, that they were only able to open up when public health went back out, inspected them, and cleared them. But it shows you the fact that we don't have enough of these, and we don't. We added in this budget a couple positions. We wanted to put in some flexibility, and so we've tried to give them the resources. Now that we've got a funding source that's going to be identified in this, I even though I'm chair of the Appropriations Committee, I'm not too fond of trying to put something in place without a steady funding source. We have a funding source here. We need these individuals to assist the existing staff when we bring them on board. So I would say that, for me personally, and even from my perspective here in the legislature, I do want some security in these individuals, that they have some buffer between an appointing authority and the job they're supposed to do, and that when that appointing authority, and we see it happen. We see it happen in this administration. We've seen it happen in other administrations. We saw it happen at the Guam Land Use Commission, in which individuals who are placed there at the pleasure of the appointing authority, the governor, did not agree with the governor on a position on a project, and these people were going to vote no. As a matter of fact, they voted no. And next day they resigned because they were asked to resign or change their vote, and they said, no, we're not going to change our vote. We're going to have to resign, I guess. We don't have, you appointed us, we sit here at your pleasure, but we're going to exercise our authority and our independence. And when they did that, the appointing authority said, that's not a decision I want, and so you're going to have to leave. I'm going to put somebody in there who's going to vote the way I want to vote. And when you put employees in that same predicament as limited term appointments who are now dependent on that job to feed their families, what do you think this employee is going to do? And there's some large, big dollars involved in these projects that are coming up. And they are going to throw those around. And so you want that employee who's not going to have to fear about feeding his family if he decides to cite someone, and that someone is a big campaign contributor, goes to somebody in authority over that employee. And if he doesn't have the protection of the merit system, then that employee is left really with no choice except to vote the way he's told to vote, or else he's not going to have a job the next day. And that's what the limited term appointment status puts them in. That's the place they get put in. And I don't want to put these people in that place. I think I need to have them be secure in their position, that as long as they do their job, and we will work through with the growth that's coming, hopefully, most assuredly, it seems, if you listen to everybody else, and we will support this vital and critical service in our community that is provided not only to this industry, but to everything else that serves the industry, to the hotels and the motels, and the restaurants and the laundry, the water company. All of these are places that get inspected by these environmental health specialists. And so I would like to just allow public health, under the revenues generated by this, to be able to bring on board classified employees for the purpose of enforcing environmental health laws across the entire spectrum of existing rules and regulations. I also want to say that, to just say that, well, if you privatize it with a company, those guys are all subject to bribes and so forth. We've also had our share. I think we can't go overboard in one area or another. That when we've had problems with environmental health inspectors, they were government employees. And yet they went on the other side and they fell to temptation. And we need to make sure also that when we bring these people on, that we don't put them in those kind of positions. So it's, with the Hay study coming up, it'll help us in terms of attracting the quality people that we need with these positions. Hopefully with the Hay study that is coming about, that we will have positions that pay a decent wage, a living wage for these critical and vital positions, that will not place these employees in the position of being subject to economic temptations for, from the companies that they are supposed to be regulating. But we've had our problems as government of Guam, and it doesn't guarantee that those problems won't exist. But we need some good management, some good leadership to make sure that those problems don't occur. And when they do, we address them, and we address them quickly and with the swiftness that's available to us, and with the laws that are in place, so that people who break the law, no matter where they're employed, whether they're employed with a private company or employed with a government, you break the law, you suffer the consequences. So I just, these kind of bad, good, those distinctions are not realistic, because life isn't compartmentalized like that. But we do want to put this in place, face the challenges that we want, that we're going to have with putting these in place, put in the right people, pay them correctly, and put in the right leadership in our community, and we will ensure then that our government works well and serves the people, serves the public interest, and nobody else's other than the public's interest. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator Pangilinan. Senator Guthertz on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to commend the author for his sincere efforts to help prepare the island for this buildup and to try to enhance our regulatory capacity to oversee the various complex aspects of this buildup that will affect the civilian community. However, I do not support the amendment for the same reasons that were raised really by Senator Pangilinan and Senator Rector. The regulatory responsibility is a government responsibility, and it should be executed by career employees of this government, classified professionals trained for this purpose. I also do not support delegating this to a private company, any private company, this responsibility. When we talk about regulatory activity, yes, we recognize that the Department of Public Health environmental section is shorthanded, and we have a responsibility to correct that shortage. And the way to do that is to authorize them to hire permanent, professional, career employees trained in environmental science, health sciences, and all the areas required to do proper inspections, not just for barracks, but for all the other needs in this community. So I would beg my colleagues to think about that. This build-up should benefit this community. And I think we need to enhance our public sector to develop its capacity to regulate, and regulate with vigor and with professionalism. So I unfortunately have to object to the amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Guthrie. Senator Palacios on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the amendment, not so much that I favor limited term versus classified position, but understand, Madam Speaker, that this is for a specific purpose, and that is to be able to address the potential problem and the rise in the need to monitor the sanitation condition of this housing. These housings, Madam Speaker, would be temporary. We all know that. And no matter how many number of foreign laborers that we need to bring in 5 years, they have to go back home. And so I think that is really the main reason why it would not be practical to permanentize this position as much as I like to. I would venture to say, though, Madam Speaker, that by the time the people who would be hired under the limited term, by the time their term expires, I would think that there would be a need at that point, a determination that perhaps maybe some of these we can keep, or maybe all of them we can keep for a different kind of function, not exactly to monitor barracks, but to continue to strengthen the regulatory arm of the Health Services division of this government. And it is for that reason that I support this, because at this point it is for a specific reason, and that is to monitor the impending build-up and with respect to the barracks that's needed to house the, I think, estimated 10,000 H2 laborers that's going to be needed during this period of time, the construction period of about 5 years. After that, we don't need to inspect barracks because there would be no barracks. But probably at that point, we will find a need to keep these people, at which time, of course, and maybe even before the expiration of the date, at which time then it can be considered that we can permanentize those positions. Because I am sure that the economy of Guam will continue to grow and will continue to have such a need. At this point, the need is clear before us, and is to monitor the barracks. And so I have really no objection, maybe I should say no objection to the limited term status, but I would have no objection to making it permanent either. I'm just looking at the practicality of it for the moment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator Palacios. Senator Espadon, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if I may, first of all, I'd like to state for my purposes that I tend to agree with the immediate previous speaker, my friend from Chalampago. The bill basically addresses the temporary workers' housing inspections. I agree, of course, with all the speakers in terms of the need of public health to hire more inspectors to cover not only the workforce housing, but to also to be able to inspect your hotels, your restaurants, your schools, and other edifices that need to be inspected to make sure they conform to the standards that we set in this community. However, this bill addresses temporary workers' housing. But I do have a question because, I think for my purposes, a lot of it predicates this discussion predicates upon the powers and duties as enumerated in this bill. So if the author would yield to the question, and the question is that under Section 26302, under the powers and duties, it states that public health is authorized to hire up to 15 environmental health specialists, and that's the LTAs, the limited term, and it reads, and to certify and contract independent environmental health inspection companies to conduct sanitary inspections at temporary workforce housing and other required inspections related to temporary workforce housing as deemed necessary by public health. My question is, in terms of the LTAs, in terms of how this is written.
Do you mind if I ask first the author if he would?
Oh, if he would yield. Well, I was going to present the question first,
Yes,
so that
yes, Madam
he can determine whether he's going to yield or not.
So he yields, and then you can go ahead and ask your question.
Okay, thank you. And bottom line, the way this section is written, it's not clear to me whether the LTAs are to conduct the sanitary inspections at temporary workforce housing, or is it just the responsibilities of the independent environmental health inspection companies that are also permitted under this? Because according to the way it's written, it could be construed that only the companies, the private companies that are hired to inspect, are the ones who are going to conduct the inspections at the temporary workforce housing. I'm not really sure whether the 15 employees, the LTAs or specialists that are allowed in this bill are also the ones who are going to be conducting the inspection in conjunction with the company, the private company. So I would like to ask that question, whether the inspection, the hiring of the LTAs is for the sole purpose of inspecting the temporary workers' housing.
Okay, then try that.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, in the many discussions that we had with the Department of Public Health, it was very clear that they felt that the primary responsibility for inspection should be really performed by the department's personnel. So that's why they had asked for these, the authority to hire up to 15 staff. That would be 10, and I've got an amendment coming up, but that 15 will break down into one environmental health supervisor, up to 10 environmental health specialists, 2 environmental health engineers, 1 administrative assistant, and 1 customer service representative. The issue about the independent environmental health inspection companies is an option that is being given to the department in the event that they are not able to fill these positions. So let's say they're saying that they think their estimations, they're going to need up to 10 inspectors. You know, if you can't find 10 inspectors who are willing to come to work for them at the salary level that's being offered, inspections are still going to have to get done. So this is an option that would be available to them if they are not able to fill these government positions. And so the primary responsibility, so basically then, if they resort to the contracting of an independent private company to do the inspection, that company is really kind of like an augmentation for the division, and they will go out there to conduct inspections using the guidelines that the department's inspectors would have to follow. So they are really just a should you say, a convenient tool that will be available to the department in the event that they cannot fill these positions.
I appreciate that answer.
Are you satisfied then?
Yes, I am, Madam
Okay.
Speaker. And bottom line is, again, then that answers my question of what the responsibilities of the 15 LTAs are supposed to do. Their role, according to this bill, is to conduct the inspection of the temporary workforce housing only. May I ask to make sure that is
Senator
an
Ada,
accurate statement?
there's a follow-up question again. Do you yield?
Yes.
The question basically is, I just want to reaffirm
Can
that,
you
that
address
these
the, can you
15
address the chair, please?
I'm sorry,
Thank you.
Madam Speaker. I just want to reaffirm that the 15 the 15 LTAs, their specific role is to, their specific role is to inspect the temporary workforce housing only, not to go out and inspect hotels and restaurants and other things. That's the question, whether that is true statement or not.
Senator Ada?
That is a true statement with a qualifier to it. And here's the qualifier. These people are being hired to primarily inspect the workforce housing. However, if the department feels that there's other activities that's going on out there that may affect, for example, here's an example. We're finding out that when they go out to inspect the camps, they're finding there's a high incidence of sexually transmitted diseases. And so then the questions need to be started. Which happy ending store did you go to such that we have this condition here? That then may warrant for the public health to use these particular inspectors to go out there and inspect those establishments where they may have contracted these diseases. So in that case, then, that's when they would venture out of the public health, out of the barracks environment. Granted, they're not intended to go out and inspect, the operation down at Cocos Island where you would never find any of these laborers, or for a general purpose. It is really intended for somebody to be inspecting the environmental health conditions in the barracks and other things, other related facilities that may be contributing to the poor health in that barracks.
Senator Espadon.
I appreciate.
And the reason for that is, again, using the example of high incidences of sexually transmitted diseases in the camps, okay? We need to find where that source is so that we can basically put a clamp on that, because if we don't, then these workers who have been contracting these diseases go out into the community and then start spreading it. So that's how that's justified as to then when these inspectors can go outside of the barracks, out of the base camp, labor camps.
I appreciate that answer, Madam Speaker, because now we're expanding the scope. I mean, and understandably so. It seems to be limited to only the temporary workers who will be coming, the housing facilities, and any other public health issues that may arise that may adversely affect the health of our community, whether it's through sexually transmitted diseases. There's a possibility of food poisoning. But again, that opens a door, which then supports the arguments of the previous speakers, the earlier speakers, who said that basically public health does need a whole contingent of inspectors now to be able to police the whole island. I guess the issue to me at this point is that since we are going to be, in essence, putting a price per head per temporary worker that comes into this island on the construction companies, because the intent supposedly is just for the the housing for the temporary workers and any ramifications of public health issues that may come from that housing of these temporary workers, then all of a sudden we come into an island-wide scheme. So that would seem to support the notion that was spoken to earlier, that perhaps we should be funding more public health inspectors at public health on a classified basis, on a full-time classified basis, as opposed to a limited term. However, if we are talking about only using these limited term inspectors for the duration of the buildup, which according to this bill would be up to the year 2015, over the next 5 to 6 years, then the fees that we are going to be charging to construction companies and contractors will go specifically just for that mission because of all these people coming in. I guess I'm not really certain at this point in time how to really decide on whether I can support this amendment. Because again, if we start opening the door in terms of the broadness of the responsibilities that will be eventually given, knowing full well that yes, the initial scope is to address just the temporary workers' housing issue, but if any other public health issues come up, then public health has the ability to use these same personnel to go out and do inspections elsewhere, then that becomes a greater burden to this community, and it should not be borne just solely on the shoulders of the construction workers. Because even after construction, because we have to acknowledge that when this buildup starts to wind down after X amount of years, we no longer, and under one scenario, if these inspectors are only used for temporary workforce housing, then we will no longer need their services because they will be phased out. However, going forward, if the responsibilities of these supposedly temporary workers is going to be broader in terms of being able to monitor what's going on to at massage parlors, at restaurants, at grocery stores, whatever, then the responsibility, the financial responsibilities should not fall solely on the shoulders of the contractors and construction companies. It should fall towards, and we should look towards the revenues, the projected revenues of this island to sustain that kind of workforce. So I'm still kind of a little bit torn, and I would look forward to a little more discussion on this one. Because again, if it was, I agree with the immediate preceding speaker in terms when he said that this bill specifically is to address temporary workforce housing, then I agree. That should be borne, that cost should be borne by the contractors. But if it also opens the door for a plethora of other responsibilities throughout the community that may not be just isolated to temporary workers on this island, then that financial responsibility falls on the rest of the government Guam and not just on the contractor construction companies. And I just wanted to clarify that in my own mind, Madam Speaker, because I agree with all the speakers so far, but there is a divide and in terms of how do we approach it and how do we pay for it. And so if we are talking about a limited term employee whose responsibility ultimately will be to oversee projects and inspections far greater than just the housing of the temporary workers, then that responsibility falls not on the contractor solely, but amongst a greater revenue base for the Guam. And that's why I have gone down this line of questioning. I thank you for the time, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator Spotdown. Are there any other speakers on the ADA amendment? I would like to ask then offer the author rather an opportunity to close. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really, for me, this is kind of a dilemma because I agree with what has been proffered by the gentleman from Totu, from Barrigada, lady from Manila, that really we should permanentize these positions. But then how does one justify, but eventually the funding source is gonna dwindle away. I would like to ask my colleagues to look at this amendment in this fashion. First of all, if we take a look, there is a concern that these people are gonna get hired, and with the knowledge that you're only gonna be good for 5 years, after that, you're out of a job. Well, I think we should take a look at this from the standpoint of capacity building. We're going to hire people, we're going to train them up, and there's always going to be a need for inspectors. Take, for example, the Division of Environmental Health. At one point, they had a staff of 30 people. They are now down to 15. And they've had And those positions are still there, they're still authorized, they just don't have the resources to fill them. So there's certainly, and I think that maybe the language that may allay some of the concerns of my colleagues is possibly putting in language to the effect that although these are limited term appointments that will expire in 2015, that they will be given priority placement before the end of their term. So for example, if there is a vacant inspector position within the department that's funded by the general fund, then they will get a priority placement into that. If the amendment fails, then I would like to have a chance to come back and put in the language that would then provide that transition, that bridge, that they will be given priority placement before the end of the term in the department to comparable positions. In fact, do we need to take a vote first, or can I go ahead and make that amendment now to this amendment to put in that language that that the employees authorized to be hired under this act shall be given priority placement rights before the end of their term?
I think it might be best to take a break instead, because if this amendment fails, then your amendment, then what you're proposing would be moot. So why don't we go ahead and take a brief recess?
And that would also bring other rippling changes throughout the bill, because the bill really has a sunset clause recognizing and assuming that the influx of H-2 laborers will dwindle, and so will then the funding source. And there's really no way to justify, well, the funding source is going to dwindle, so we're going to need to somehow transition them in as permanent employees in government-funded positions.
Okay, we're going to take a brief recess.
after the offline discussion with my colleagues, I certainly recognize and I'm in full support of the fact that we really need to have permanent inspectors so that when we hire under this program, we're going to hire them as permanent inspectors. I am willing to withdraw my amendment. I understand that my colleague will be introducing an amendment that will address the issue of limited term appointments. And so with that, I'll go ahead and withdraw my amendment. And my colleague will then have an amendment to address that particular concern.
So on the motion then to withdraw, no objections, so ordered. Senator Ada, you still have other amendments. Are you going to do that now or are you going to do it later?
I'd like to go ahead and do that now. And I think that will kind of clear up a lot of the air in the bill, and then we can go through and tighten it up as we go through. Madam Speaker, the second amendment that I would like to proffer, you'll see in the upper right-hand corner number 2, and it's to amend Section 2, page 4, powers and duties, lines 24 through 26, and then a similar amendment on the following page. And basically on down there on page 4, it should read the Department of Public Health under 26032. It should read the Department of Public Health and Social Services is hereby authorized to establish and hire up to a total of 15 personnel to fill positions in the Department of Public Health and Social Services Division of Environmental Health, to include an environmental health supervisor, 1 each, an environmental health specialist, up to 10 each, engineers, 2 each, 1 each administrative assistant, and the customer service representatives. So what this does then is not only are we authorizing them to hire additional personnel, we're specifying, we don't want to end up with 15 clerk typists, but being specific as to what positions are to be established and filled. These positions were based on discussions that we've had with the Division of Environmental Health, and they indicated these are the positions that we need, and these are positions that are actually already existing in the government for public health. The amendment further goes on the next page under section 26302.1, and again it puts in that additional specificity. It deletes the word LTA, but it gives that specificity of what positions and the number that will be authorized to be established and filled.
On the amendment?
We couldn't say environmental health engineers. So we can make if I can make an amendment to that amendment, that the engineers we are referring to are environmental health engineers. And they actually have engineers up there, and these are the guys that go out there and actually take a look at the electrical work, the plumbing, and whatever other things that engineers normally look at.
Okay, so your amendment to your amendment would be for engineers is to add the words environmental health engineers.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
So that's the first one. Though, are there any objections to that amendment? No objections to order. Now on the main amendment on powers and duties, are there any speakers? Senator Rector, you recognize.
I rise in support of this amendment. It's well thought out, and it is important that we make sure we hire the people that we actually need, so that we don't have a supervisor that maybe gets a little bit hiring secretaries for himself or some other thing. Who the heck knows? But it's a good amendment. But I would like to prefer an amendment to the amendment, and that is to place a period after the underlined section where it says customer service representative 1 each, and place a period there. This is in the first powers and duties, and delete the following 4 lines, starting with "and to certify" and ending with "deemed necessary by DPHSS."
The amendment is that after the word customer service representative, one each, add a period, and then delete the rest of the sentence. Is that correct? One moment, yes, and that's what we're trying to make sure that I heard it correctly. Can you repeat it one more time?
Certainly. If we look at the section where it's 26032, powers and duties, that's the section I'm speaking about. And then you go down to the last amendment where he's got it underlined and it says engineers 2H, administrative assistant 1H, and customer service representative 1H. Then place a period and delete everything that follows in that section.
So to delete "and to certify" and "contract,"
Correct.
okay, and all the way to DPHSS. On that amendment, then to delete, Centrada, you're recognized.
Madam Speaker, I understand what the gentleman is getting at, but matter of principle, I'm going to have to object to the amendment, and here's the reason why. Again, we got to be realistic that in as much as we're establishing the 15 positions to be filled, it's very possible that we will not be able to hire the people to fill these positions and carry out the inspections effectively. And in the meantime, what are we going to do? We're going to leave then barracks operations out there that are left on their own and not inspected because we don't have the employees, the same way that we don't have employees today, for whatever reason, that are not going out there to conduct the mandated inspections. This is an option that is available. And if for some reason we are very skeptical or very cynical about the integrity of the private sector out there to be able to go out and do this work in the interest of the community at a profit, let's not deny that, then we should not cut off our nose to spite our face. We should leave that as an option that's available. And I have full faith and confidence that the director is going to use that authority judiciously. So it's an option that he does not have to use, but if he does, so that we can go get the inspections conducted, then it's there. It's authorized. And there are inspection companies, global inspection companies, that do that for a living. And the only thing that they live on is their integrity and their reputation. They don't, sure, they make a profit, but once their integrity is impugned, that's it, they're over. So I would have to object and ask my colleagues to consider leaving that in there as an option. It's an option that may possibly never be used.
On the amendment, the rector amendment, then to delete the last 4 sentences of the powers and duties. Are there any speakers? Senator Guthertz, you're recognized.
Madam Speaker, I support the amendment, and later on I will make more amendments that are similar to that. Thank you.
Senator Blas, on the amendment to delete.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also have to object to the amendment, recognizing, and I believe in, I have to agree with the good senator from Manila here that this is just an option. It's not going to be something that, that they're going to have to do. This is something that if they need to, it's given them the alternative, the option to do this. Would we prefer that they would all be hired by DPA, by public health, and in their capacity there? Yes. I too am concerned, though, that we may not have the capacity, we may not have the ability to fill these positions at that public service level. So we need that ability, we need that alternative, that option, to be able to fill those things. And it's on a temporary basis. This is not going to be something that's going to be a permanent. It's going to be temporary. I can recognize too that once we're able to fill it, then we're no longer going to need those services. But it is an alternative and it is an option. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Blas. Senator Pangilinan, you're recognized on the rector amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I support the amendment. If we don't have enough individuals to onboard to do it during the regular working hours, the other option is overtime. And when you have the funds, usually what we find is that in government, we kind of, if we contract with a private company, we kind of tend to pay them first. And then if we owe our employees overtime, we let them wait. Why couldn't it be the other way around, that if we need to provide more services and we have to do it on an overtime basis, and we have the money to hire somebody, a private company, to do the same work, why couldn't we just say, let's have the employees do that on a voluntary basis, on overtime, earn a little bit more money, and if we can pay a private company, we can pay overtime to the employees. So I think that if we're able to pick up 2, 3, 4, 5 more environmental health specialists, that there'll be enough of a cadre. The other way is that what we've done, for example, that may work and we may consider at a later time in this area for this period of time, is that if you need special or clearance outside of the regular working hours, outside of overtime hours, that you could pay for that. I mean, we have that incidence or a program that we have, for example, with customs services, that if your flight is coming in at 1 a.m. and there's nobody scheduled to work, and you just absolutely positively have to clear that cargo when it comes in within the hour, then you can pay a customs officer what they call the overtime charge program, where you would make a payment for that officer to come in on his own time. You would make your payment to the department, but the officer gets that payment that you make outside of the regular customs fees, and the officer gets that payment. So he earns a little extra money, the customer gets the service, and he has to pay a little extra for it. And so I could envision that in this kind of program here, that you could get these kind of things. And so we didn't contract another company to do customs inspection because we didn't have enough customs officer to cover the entire spectrum of clearance at every hour of the day, but that service is still needed. So on this, we could work those kind of things. And I think there's enough time that between now and the actual ramp up to bring a couple more people on, we kind of get a better idea of the workload, et cetera, and then begin to take a look at other options if that new additional staff is not able to handle the workload. But to do it straight up front, I'm going to err a little bit more on being a little bit more cautious in that authority, because it doesn't limit that authority. It doesn't say that you can only do this if. It may be that we're not going to get these customs health inspectors because we have a different regime in place who doesn't want to bring on classified service personnel. And they're just going to take that option of contracting straight out. So it's not contingent or linked to each other. It's a completely separate authority that he can exercise and not hire these permanent merit service protected employees for that program. So that's why the way it's written, I'm supporting the deletion of that because of the way that it's written and the way that authority is granted. It doesn't say you do one, and if only you can't handle it with this, then you go and contract. It may be that he's not even going to go towards hiring the staff, that he's just going to go and contract for that service from day one. And that's not the intention of this legislature in our discussions here. And I don't think that's what the members of this body so far that have participated in this discussion and supported the original amendment see in terms of how this program will be implemented and put in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Ada. To Senator Spauldon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess the amendment is to delete all, from the point after service representative, one each.
No, to delete after.
Right, delete after, and basically deleting the ability for the Department of Public Health to hire independent environmental health inspection companies. And I would have to object to that deletion, because I believe that there has to be some kind of valve. In fact, there might be the possibility where we may hire all the positions that are required for the bill and still have a shortfall in terms of our ability to inspect. The real purpose of this bill is to make sure that public health of this island, of our residents, stays intact. And if we need to augment whatever forces we do hire on board within the government of Guam, that we have that capability to hire private firms. And the alternative, even if we do not hire any classified employees and we do happen to hire private firms, that's not such a bad thing either. Because again, we are talking about a very limited term in which inspection for temporary housing or for housing for temporary workers will be necessary. And after that, once the temporary workers leave, then their services will no longer be required. But in the meantime, what that also means is that by hiring private contractors to do the job, we also can augment the revenues going into our tax scheme. And so that's not a bad thing either. So I would have to also object on that basis. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator Osbaldon. Senator Ada, you wanted to?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Although I did voice and I still object to the amendment. However, I would like to ask if the author of the amendment, gentleman from Totu, would yield. I believe his concern was the hiring or movement in that direction to hire independent environmental health inspection companies. And I would like to suggest if maybe what he intended was that after that line there where it says customer service representative, one each, that we probably just want to delete then, that it probably should read customer service representative, one each, to conduct sanitary inspections. So in other words, by leaving that last sentence, it really kind of specifies why we are hiring these employees to conduct sanitary inspections at temporary workforce housings and other required inspections related to temporary workforce housing as deemed necessary by the Department of Public Health. So if the author, if he maybe I don't know if his intention was really to just delete the words to certify and to certify and contract independent environmental health inspection companies. That then is no longer, if through his amendment, it is no longer then an authority that they would have to be able to contract an independent environmental health inspection company. And I would just like to ask the author if that was his intention, just to delete that authority, but to leave that qualifier as to what it is that we are hiring these 15 employees for.
Will the mover of the amendment yield to the question?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the comment, and I've looked at this and I keep thinking about it. Does it really do what we want? Yes, that first part says to certify and contract independent environmental health inspection company, and that's the main gist to do away with it. But what I worry about is when we talk about all 15 of these, if we leave in to conduct sanitary inspections of temporary workforce housing and other related inspections related to temporary workforce housing, that seems to imply to me that these 15 workers are only hired for the sole purpose of this. Now, look, we're one government. Like when people are working, you want to make sure that as the manager and director, we want to make sure that he has the flexibility to do his job and to use his employees in the best places possible. And to get the mission done, inspect the barracks, but if they've got time off and they've inspected all the barracks and you can free them up to go and inspect school cafeteria, I don't want there to be any thought that we're limiting them to that.
So the answer is
So
that-
I'm afraid I understand the concern, but I think that they've
Okay.
already got this,
So-
the ability in the law, so I would prefer to leave
So
the
if that's
entire
not your
deletion.
intent, you want the whole thing.
Yes, thank you.
Centrata?
Madam Speaker, there's nothing in here that says they cannot go out and conduct. Now, I'm not a lawyer, but the lawyers that I've interacted with always says, if the law says you cannot do it, or if there's nothing that says that you cannot do it, then it means you can. I don't know. It's the way I've always interpreted it. There's nothing here that says that that after they have taken care of their primary responsibility of conducting sanitary inspections at temporary workforce housings and other inspections that the director deems as necessary related to the workforce housing, there's nothing here that says you can't go and inspect the school. I would think it would be in the interest of the department to do so, to give that inspector additional training and give him that breadth of experience. So, to suggest that, well, it's already built in their job descriptions, I don't know, but it doesn't hurt. But, we've got a long ways, we've got a lot of bills. For me, that's not a deal breaker, because the bottom line is we've got to hire up to 15 personnel. We've got to be able to fund it. We've got to give them the authority to do that. That deletion does not take away from that. It would be nice if we just kept that language in there so that we are more specific as to why we're hiring them.
All those then in favor of the rector amendment, so don't leave yet, because I need for you to vote, please raise your hand. The amendment fails. Going to, wait, we're not done yet with Centrata's amendment. We've got, there's the second part, so this is the whole amendment now, which is 26032 and 26302.1. So, all those then in favor of the ADA amendment as amended, are there any objections? No objections, sorry. Want to make sure. Centrata on amendment number 3.
Madam Speaker, amendment number 3 is on page 9. Section 2, and that has to do with, it's entitled, section 26305. The title of that section is fees. And the amendment proposes to delete lines 2 through 4, or that paragraph A. Right now, paragraph A, as it's written in there, is that every inspection as defined in section 26304, and regardless of the findings, will be accompanied by a fee established by the rules and regulations promulgated. I am proposing that we delete that, because then what we will be doing is we will be double charging. So in other words, the reason why we're tagging on that fee, that additional fee for each H2 worker that comes in, is so that then it will fund for the salary of these 15 personnel that we're going to be hiring. So their time is already paid for when they go out to conduct these inspections. It's being paid for by that registration fee. So by leaving that in there and then charging again the barracks operator for the inspection, then we're going to be double charging. The next paragraph, though, says that when the inspector goes out there, we go out there with the assumption that you've done everything that you're supposed to do, and it's just a matter of then verifying, and you should pass it. And if they don't and they have to go back for re-inspection, then fees should be assessed for that re-inspection work. So that's my amendment, Madam Speaker.
On the amendment, any speakers? Senator Guthrie, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, here we come into a philosophical issue here, and I have to register my disagreement with the amendment. We are assuming and presuming that the best way to pay for this is to charge additional monies for bringing in H2 workers, whether it's $243 or less than that. In terms of public administration taxes, for this is by charging inspection fees for the services involved in inspecting the barracks or the areas where the workers will be living, or any other environmental health inspections that involve requirements to enforce regulations. And this is where we have to decide now, philosophically. Is this the best way to pay for this service by imposing a cost, an additional cost to a specific segment of our community, which is the contractor segment, or to impose an inspection fee to those entities that will be operating residential housing for temporary workers who may or may not be contractors. We have been reading in the media that a number of private companies on Guam plan to operate residential facilities for H-2 workers, and these are not contractors. These are realty-oriented businesses that see an opportunity to do something a little different. So at this point in our discussion, I think we have to philosophically decide, is it best to add an additional cost for the importation of H-2 laborers to pay for this, or is it more appropriate to impose an inspection fee on the part of environmental health when they go to inspect facilities that are dedicated to these workers or any other activity requiring their services? I believe that that is the proper way to do it, to impose an inspection fee and a re-inspection fee, not to impose an additional cost to just one sector of our community who may or may not be operating a barracks or a residential facility for temporary workers. So I'm opposed to the proposed amendment to delete this. As a matter of fact, I want to provide further clarity to this, and I have amendments to do this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator Gutherts. On the amendment, Senator Rector, you recognize on the other amendment?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, I have to rise to oppose this amendment just for the fact that it has in here limited term employees authorized under this act. And at this point, I know that Senator Gutherts has a bunch of amendments that we had talked about, and I think if we dealt with those ones first, then we could go back and readdress these sometimes. So I'll have to stand and oppose to this amendment just for that, because I know we're going to go back and make other amendments at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Rector. So are there any other speakers on the other amendment? Okay, Senator Pangilinan, you recognize.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I certainly understand the purpose of the amendment and the intent of the author, who's pretty clear in his explanation. But in some of the comments and remarks, we talked a little bit about the philosophy behind, government financing maybe, and that this is the right way to do this. I mean, there are many functions that this government carries out that are not segmented to be supported only by the fees charged for that function. And that is because it's the same as our tax structure. Our tax structure is a graduated income tax system, which is not a flat tax rate system, because there are more payments made the higher you earn. And that's just the way that the program has been put in place for all these years. And there are many different ways and different philosophies how you approach that. To say that fees is the right way, then how do you calculate paying for that fee? Then it could be then that if we're just going to go strictly fee-based, so we need 15 environmental workers at $30,000 each, that's $450,000 a year, because they all need to be working for the year if we're going to do merit service full-time positions. So $450,000 a year, plus their benefits, plus car, plus rental, plus forms. So let's say it's $1 million a year. So we did then divide the 15 barracks by $1 million a year. And so then everybody should be paying then an inspection fee of what? $70,000 or $80,000? So to say that fees is the way to go, strictly based on that, it doesn't make sense in this case. Because you got to spread it out then over the base that you have, plus the services that's provided. And the idea, of course, in putting this in place was that service was not going to be limited to just the barracks, and it is going to be because the alien worker doesn't only impact the barracks on the environmental health side. The alien worker impacts all the other services that he utilizes on Guam. And from all of those other services, we continue to collect for the general revenue of the government of Guam, and then through the budget process, allocate those resources. So if we're going to just go on a single approach to this thing, and we carry it out to its logical conclusion based upon that, you're going to have an inspection fee of $70,000 per barracks. Or maybe it's $35,000 because you want it twice a year. So again, the idea is that the general revenues of the government for certain things that where the benefits inure to the entire community is supported by fees and general tax revenues of the government of Guam. And that's how we keep things reasonable. When everybody, in the private sector, it costs too much, you should charge a fee for that and we should only pay that fee. But if we carried that to its full and logical conclusion, then that fee is going to be so exorbitant that only certain people are going to be able to drive on this island, for example. Because if we needed to support the Driver's License Bureau with just the number of people who drive, then we're going to have driver's license that cost $500. Except, they'll argue with you, except if you privatize it, then it wouldn't cost $500. But again, the idea is that we're then spreading out the cost of this barracks and to the companies that bring in these workers who are serviced by this barracks across the greater population base of each and every worker who's going to be either living in a barracks, working for somebody who has to be in a barracks, et cetera, and then spread that cost out. And then we're still, believe it or not, we're still going to be using some of the general revenue of the government of Guam to support that activity, because public health is not isolated. They're not down to cost centers down there yet. And no place in this government, I think, is fully in that. Everybody's still serviced by the governor, who oversees the entire government, and his salary should be prorated out to the cost of customs inspection then, because he gets to appoint a director and oversees it. We don't do that. We don't break out those cost centers to that type of detail where everybody's saying, I'm only going to pay for that because I use only that service of this government. As soon as you drive out, you're driving on the road. So there's a mixture in terms of operating governments, and they mix with the financing program that is put in place to service the entire community for all of its needs. And in some cases, it's isolated that will recoup some of those services that we provide in putting in a fee-based structure, but it's never entirely 100% fully supported by that cost fee-based structure, because the government is not segmented and separated by that. We try and do it as much as we can through center activities of basic functions, but it isn't that sophisticated, and it can't be that sophisticated that we're going to say now that this fee that you pay is going to cover entirely the cost of providing you that service. It just doesn't happen. I mean, and when it does, then the fee is going to be much more than you would be paying, and so forth. It's the same explanation why when they were saying, we're going to charge for trash services. Then if you do that, then lower my taxes, because my taxes used to pay for trash services. Now you want me to pay for trash services, and you're going to keep the tax that I used to pay for trash service? No, the cost of providing the service has increased. So we're not increasing your taxes. We have to recover some of the increased cost of picking up your trash and dumping it from a fee base to support the general tax revenue that used to pay for that in its entirety. But we had more children in the schools, or we had to buy for new books, so we had to take some of that, put it in there, and now we need to find another support mechanism for the activities of collecting trash. So I understand the amendment. I support the amendment. I think at this time we have that fee base there that, based upon the calculations from the author, we're going to be able to bring in these people and begin the process of supporting that activity. And we may not pay for it 100%, but we're certainly going to be able to ensure that we're going to provide that service. And we will continue to monitor that as we move forward. So I also don't want to be totally unfair and say, we're going to charge you 100% for the cost of that and tack on another $91 or whatever the amount is going to be on your permit fee to bring in that worker so that we can inspect the place that he's going to live at. I don't think that's fair either, and I understand why the author is doing this. So I support the amendment and support the intent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Pangilinan. On the ADA amendment, are there any other speakers? Senator Ada, you want to close? You want me to call for the vote? Okay, all those then who are in favor of Senator Ada's amendment, which is to delete then A, subsection A of section 26305. All those in favor, please. No objections, right? Oh, yes, there is an objection. I'm sorry. So in favor, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. It passes. Senator Ada on Amendment 4.
Madam Speaker, Amendment 4 basically is on page 9, section 2, under section 26306. And again, it makes reference to the limited term employees authorized to be hired under this act. So it's a general reference to the employees that's authorized to be hired under this act. And what it does is it basically talks about what are the powers, or what the revolving fund, the monies can be used for. So they can use it to hire employees. They can use it to purchase vehicles, equipment, training, and all that. So it's just basically an amplification of what's going to be authorized to be for the monies to be used for. That's the amendment, Madam Speaker.
On the ADA amendment, are there anyone who'd like to speak on it? Senator Pangilinan, you are recognized.
Madam Speaker, in an earlier amendment, I believe that was passed, we limited the hiring to regular merit-based hirings. So this amendment would put that back. So I think that. So I would amend the amendment, I guess,
okay,
to delete limited term, and it will be right. It will be just to hiring employees authorized to be hired under this act, and then of course the purchase of vehicles would be added.
So if the amendment is being amended to delete the limited term, any objections to the amendment to delete limited term? No objections to order. The main amendments to hire then employees authorized, two hiring employees authorized to be hired under this act. Senator Ada, on that amended amendment.
I have no comment.
Okay, so on the ADA amendment that has been amended, are there any objections? No objections, so ordered. Senator Ada on amendment number 5.
Madam Speaker, amendment number 5 pertains to section 3, page 11, and it has to do with the registration fee. under section 7119, registration fees. In paragraph A, right now the Department of Labor assesses $1,000 per H-2 laborer that comes through Guam. In order to fund this program that's being proposed by Bill 135, it proposes to tag on an additional amount to that registration fee. Now, when the bill was reported out of committee, it proposed to tag on an additional $243 to that existing $1,000. We've gone back, we've taken a look at that fee, and recalculated the numbers, and the amendment, the recalculation showed that really that fee should be $91 additional per H-2 laborer. What that amount would do over the next 5 years that this program is in place up to the year 2015 is actually, it would generate $6.8 million over that 5-year period to support this program. So that's the amendment, Madam Speaker, to reduce that fee from $243 to $91.
On the amendment then, I know there are two sections, but we'll deal with one first, and the registration fee from $1,243 to $1,091. Are there any objections? Questions, Senator Guthertz, to the author? And Senator Ada, do you yield to the question? I mean, I know she hasn't asked it yet, but...
Yes,
Okay.
Thank you.
Senator Guthertz, you may ask your question.
My first question is there a specified ending date for this fee? Does it say it will end on January 1st, 2014, 2015? When does it end?
You know, you're correct. I believe there is no sunset on the registration fee, but eventually, if in fact, if according to the grand design, we're going to replace all these H-2 laborers with local workers, then eventually this the number of H-2 workers coming in will dwindle down to zero. So, you know, we're going to have to find another funding source for these inspectors.
Okay. Will this fee simply apply to those H-2 workers that are brought to Guam to work on military-related projects?
No, it will
Or will
be
they apply to all H-2 workers?
H-2 workers, period, regardless of whether you're going to work at NICTAMS or in Maritzel.
Okay. You recognize that the estimates are between 10,000 and 20,000 temporary workers will be coming to Guam. If you multiply that by $91, what do you get?
Actually, the data that we got from the Department of Labor gave a projected landed H-2. This was provided by Department of Labor. They project that in the year 2010, approximately 9,600 workers will be here on Guam. They'll be assessing that to that number of H-2 workers. By the year 2011, they project that the number of H-2 workers being assessed will be approximately 10,500. By the year 2012, that number goes up to 11,600. 2013, it'll go up to 12,800. 2014, it will be at 14,000. And by the year 2015, they anticipate that there will be 15 H-2 workers. Now, of course, we've seen the number 17,000 bandied around, but that's, I imagine that will be, you have your H-1, L-1 visas, which do not go through and are not assessed these figures. So that's why the figure here is really kind of low. I mean, less than that 17,000 that we hear bandied around.
Okay, but if you just, let's just be conservative and say average 15,000 workers at the height of the buildup, that's over $13 million.
No, it's not.
It's not?
No.
No? Oh,
total-
$1.3 million.
Yeah, so
at
actually,
$91.
actually for
Please address the chair.
At
So-
$91, $1.3 million.
Senator Guthers, address the chair, please.
I am.
Thank you.
for fiscal year 20,
It's okay.
for fiscal year 2010, or 2010 to 2011, at the fee of $91 per person and the projected number of H2 laborers, we anticipate generating $875,000.
How many workers, Madam Chair? How many workers?
2010, they anticipate, Department of Labor anticipates 9,600 H2 laborers that will be assessed this fee. And then in the second year, there will be 10,500 H2 laborers that will be assessed the fee. That would generate, and then of course we will be generating $963,000. Now, what we did, the way the calculations occurred was, we took a look at the cost requirement for the 15 employees that we're authorizing to be hired. You add to that, we added to that 40% for your general administration and overhead to allow them to buy. They're going to need to buy a vehicle for these people to go out there. They're going to need to buy supplies and whatnot. So that's what that 40%. So we bumped up that amount by 40%, and then each year bumped up the budget requirement by an additional 10% annually to take care of the pay increases that will have to be, and the cost of operations that will be required. So that's how we came up with the budget requirements that they will need to have over this 6-year period. They would need, Department of Public Health would need $6.8 million to fund this program on the inspection of temporary worker barracks.
Would that cover, Madam Chair, the costs of up to 15 environmental health specialists, or would that cover the cost of hiring private companies to do the inspections?
We are going on the, Madam Speaker, this budget is based on the assumption that we're going to hire 15 personnel. If then, and so the figure amounts that we're talking about is the amount needed to fund the 15 government personnels. If, let's say, we're only able to hire half of those, then of course, then the excess funds will be made available to hire the services of a private company, if that's the option that the director chooses to take.
Madam Chair, my only concern is the longevity of this additional fee, this cost, and I'm just worried that, because we spoke earlier about up front, the justification is we need to accumulate these monies up front in order to be able to bring these inspectors on board. But as things move forward, this government will, I believe, see an increase in revenue, and I believe that we should look at transitioning to the fee system rather than continually to impose this additional cost onto the H2 worker program. So that is really my concern. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Guthers. So, is there anyone else? Okay, yes, there are. Senator Rector and Senator Palacios. On the ADA amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of the ADA amendment. You know, these numbers, when I was looking at them, they really, I like the original number of 243 a lot better. This really doesn't generate, I don't believe, enough money to fully cover the program and the need. One of my concerns with this is that this is something that is going to grow almost organically on itself. And we need to make sure that we have enough in place and enough funding in place to fully cover the program and to fully cover the operational costs and to fully cover, because as we know, like, there's been new amendments in Congress, and so to get the coverage so that we have the funding to start this program up. And then as we wind out, as these transition over, like everybody tells us is gonna, to local workers, now that'll end up funding itself as it is, because local workers spend more in the economy, generate more taxes, more GRT, and it'll end up covering the funding that way and more so. But, so I would like to proffer an amendment to this to change on both A and B from $91 to $100 even. Just because. I think it would give us enough money to cover the everything, and I like it because it's nice and round. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Rector. I hope everyone's listening. The amendment, by the way, proffered by Senator Rector then to amend Senator Ada's amendment from the $91 up to $100, which would then change the amount of from $1,091 to $1,100. On the Rector amendment to the amendment of increasing it from $91 to $100, are there anyone who would like to speak on the amendment? No one wants to. Senator Palacios on the Rector amendment, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's not so much the Rector amendment, but I was listening here. If the projected H2 labor as presented by the author of the bill is, as it is, what, 8,000 and so forth, I wonder whether that projection took into consideration the turnover. For example, if every H2, the contractor will have to pay the $91 additional, and some of these H2 probably would not complete their term, would have to go back, their replacement, of course, would again, the contractor would have to pay for replacements. And so my estimate is that the $91 actually, or rather the balloon figure in the end, in my opinion, would be greater than what is presented, which I don't mind. I mean, it's still good. But I venture to say that the $91 times estimated 8,000, it would have to be greater than that in the end, because taking into consideration again the turnover in between, if the fee is per H2 brought in. And so the 8,000 estimated for the first year may have a turnover that in the end would have registered, let's say, maybe 9,000 for the sake of argument. And it's not just the first 8,000 that come in for whom $91 is to be paid by the contractor. I would think that it would be greater than 8,000. However, the constant figure probably would be 8,000. But taking into consideration the turnover rate, which they already collected $91 per H2, the money in the end would be greater. So the Rector amendment, even without the Rector amendment, I think would eventually, this government would eventually collect the equivalent of that, considering the turnover in between. But I have no objection to the Rector amendment. I'm just pointing that out, that the turnover of people during the year would result in greater collection, even though the 8,000 constant would be would remain as 8,000. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator Palacios. I've Senator. There are two hands that went up, and I didn't write it down right away. Okay, Senator Tello Taituguin and Senator Blas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It sure would be nice to just put any kind of figure out there, and have it at the expense of individuals who pay their GRTs, who pay their taxes. The number that was given, 1,091, was there for a reason. It was calculated. We don't just, as a legislature, think that anybody can go ahead and just because, to raise it up. You have to have something to back that up, not just because. It would be nice that we can tell everybody they have to pay this and that, but we're not in this position to do that without any just cause. The 91, I mean, I would like to if there was a reason behind it, but I would have to stand in objection to just because. Thank you, Madam Chair. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Taitigui, Senator Blas, on the Rector amendment.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, Madam Speaker, just echoing the sentiments and the concerns from the previous speaker of just raising it to $100. First off, you know, I would have had a question. My question would have been initially, okay, how did we get to 243 and how do we get to 91? But now then just to raise it to, let's just raise it to 100, just compounds it even more. You know, I'm trying to, and maybe what I can do is after we dispose of this amendment, I'd like to come back and then ask that question of how we got to any of these figures. Recognizing that the root base of this figure, 1,000, I think a majority of the members that are sitting in this body today can recognize how we got to that figure. And whether or not within that figure that we are already assessing that this amount can come from. But I'll hold that discussion off when we dispose this. I'm just concerned that raising this from 91 to 100 without a rhyme or reason does not help to justify why it should be raised. So I stand in objection to it.
Thank you, Senator Blas. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak on the Rector amendment? Okay, there being none, then I'm going to ask the author then, or the mover of that amendment, if he wants to close.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, you know, it's, look, when it comes down to it, all these numbers we're just throwing around. We can come up with decent estimates, sort of estimates, but they're realistically all hypothetical numbers. That being said, $100 makes things a lot easier for everybody to estimate, everybody to put things in. All you got to do is add 2 zeros to the end of any number, so you're multiplying by 100, and it allows everybody to move forward a little bit easier. If anybody thinks the Department of Public Health has enough money right now and is just swimming in funding, that they just have it coming out their ears, and like we've got plenty of personnel and we don't have all these other issues, and we've got plenty of inspectors and we don't need additional things at Public Health, then I suggest somebody should take a drive down to Public Health and somebody should take a walk through one of these buildings. That agency needs every single cent and resources that they should have. It should be $10,000. I agree. It should be $20,000. That being said, I thought 100 was being nice. But of course, there's some people that like say, everything's too much. Heaven forbid these folks should actually pay their fair share. Heaven forbid should these foreign and national contractors coming into our island and bringing in foreign workers, sucking money out of our economy, heaven forbid they should actually pay for the privilege of doing business on our island and pay for the services that the people of Guam are paying to support them. $100 is nowhere near too much to ask. $100 is nowhere near enough. I ask my colleagues' support.
On the Rector amendment then, which is to change the dollar amount then of $91 up to 100, and the total would be 1,000 instead 91. I mean 1,100. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Motion failed. Back to the main amendment of Senator Ada, and I have Senator Palacios to speak on the main amendment. On his amendment, Senator Ada's amendment.
Madam Speaker, thank you.
Wait, one second, I need to clarify whether, because I wrote you down. Okay, but you spoke on the amendment that he amended. Okay, so you're not speaking on Ada's amendment. Okay, so Senator Ada, then on your amendment.
Madam Speaker, the final amendment I was going to make was really,
We're still on your amendment, the first one.
$91 amendment.
The $91, which is 1,091. You want to close on that?
I thought we already took the vote on that.
No, on the amendment to your amendment.
Oh,
Yes, so now
Okay.
we're back to your original amendment.
okay, well, I mean, back to the original amendment is to
Yeah.
reduce that fee that was
One moment,
originally,
please, we do have a speaker.
to reduce the fee that was originally proposed down to $91 based on the calculations and the figures that we got from the Department of Labor. So, you know, I think it's fair and it covers the budget requirements for the Department of Public Health. I ask my colleagues to support.
So, I'm not going to separate these two, then I'm going to put them together. So all those then in favor of the ADA amendment, or rather, is there any objections to the ADA amendment? There is one objection, so all those in favor of the ADA amendment, please raise your hand. Motion carries. Amendment carries. Okay. Okay, Senator Ada, you have another amendment, and it has 9 on top.
That's correct. Madam
Okay.
Speaker, this amendment is really kind of a cleanup to go. It's in the page 2, section 1, lines 12 and 13 in the legislative finding and intent. And all it does is, it adds a little bit more specificity to the personnel that's to be hired. And that is that we would be hiring environmental health specialists, engineers, and administrative support personnel. Now, I know that earlier similar amendments were made, so I think to be consistent with those changes, I would ask then that I guess that would be technical corrections that would be made, wherein the phrase limited term should be deleted, because that was accepted in previous amendments that were made to further qualify engineers to be environmental health engineers. And I did indicate here administrative support personnel. We could, again, to be consistent, replace administrative support personnel with the positions that we actually identified earlier, which was the administrative assistant and customer service representative. I think those are probably more technical amendments at this point.
Throughout the bill, yes, that will be technical, but I think for this bill, since you just mentioned it, is that you're going to amend your amendment to delete then the limited term to include environmental health engineers and administrative assistant and customer service representative.
That's correct, Madam
And
Speaker.
then a general amendment that throughout the bill is to make it consistent with this language.
That's correct.
Technical corrections. Okay, so all in favor then, are there any objections to Senator Ada's amendment? No objections, sorted. Administrative assistant. One moment. Yeah, I just want to make sure, one moment while the clerks are able to get the correct information. Remember the Senator Ada, I understand you have a general amendment then to make, to clear the technical.
Madam Speaker, yes, I have one last final amendment, and staff has actually gone through the bill, and they've identified on what page and in what line that we use the term LTA, the limited term appointments, and so the amendment, and it hasn't been passed around, but if I may just go through.
Yes, please.
So it identifies the pages and the line numbers, and the amendment is to delete any reference to LTA on the pages that were identified. The second amendment is to be consistent with the fact that in the earlier discussions, this assessment and this program is eventually going to just dwindle out to non-existence. So in other words, the assessment will continue as long as there are H2 workers coming in. Eventually, when we reach that goal of training local workers, U.S. workers, and we don't need to bring in H2 laborers, then that source of funding will go away. So we really should delete any sunset clause reference. So, for example, on page 4, line 11 and 12, and on page 11, lines 1 and 2, should be deleted so that it removes the sunset provision to the bill. And a similar amendment should be made on section 26301, page 4, line 11 through 12. I think we took care of that earlier.
We did. Yeah.
Which then removes the reference to whose appointment shall expire no later than September 20th. So we can go ahead and have copies made.
They are going out.
They
we
are,
all have
okay.
copies now.
And so this is kind of a general cleanup to bring consistency to the bill.
On the ADA amendment for the technical corrections, are there any objections? No objections, so ordered. Okay, so that completes then all of your amendments. Thank you. Senator Guthridge, you're recognized for, on the main motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a number of amendments, and I've passed out my amendments. Some of them have been taken care of, so I'll just direct myself and your attention, Madam Chair, to those that have yet to be dealt with. The first amendment I would like to make is on page 2.
Can you tell us the number on the right-hand side, where you say upper right-hand side? You had 1, 2, 3.
Oh,
So tell us
well,
which.
this is the first series of amendments, number 1, on page 1 of the 3 sheets I have provided. Page 2, the amendment would be to delete all of lines 14 to 17. And the language here states, contract independent environmental health inspection companies to perform inspections of temporary workforce housing and other required inspection related to temporary workforce housing as deemed necessary by Department of Public Health and Social Services. So the motion is to delete all of lines 14 to 17 on page 2. My rationale, Speaker and colleagues, is that this function should be a function of government and should not be privatized. And as far as having adequate numbers of environmental specialists, I think with this legislation, it would be very simple to inform the Guam Community College, which is very active now in environmental health, and also the University of Guam and other institutions on the island, so that they can identify potential students and get them ready to be qualified to apply for these positions. So that is my motion to delete lines 14 and 17 on page 2.
On the Guthert's amendment, Senator Rector.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in full support of the amendment for multiple reasons. You know, the one thing about a civil service job and a job that has civil service protection and merit system protection is that we have a system built in to monitor, oversee, and fully manage the employees to make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to do. How do we know that this works? Because we catch people that aren't doing what they're supposed to do. That's a good thing. Now, somebody was mentioning the other day, well, they say, well, look, we privatized the auto inspection, safety inspection of cars, and look how good that works. Well, Madam Speaker, we all know how good that works. I think there's probably nobody here that ever has had trouble getting an inspection. So it's important for this to be a public function. It's important for this to be done by public employees of merit system protection, and it's important that we never contract out these critical regulatory functions of our public structure. Thank you very much. I rise in support.
Director, is there anybody who would like to speak on the Guthert's amendment, Senator Taitigui?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want the author of this amendment, if she'd be kind enough to yield to a question that I have.
Senator Guthers, do you yield to a question?
Absolutely.
Okay. Senator, earlier we were discussing about deleting, I think there was a section here that Senator actually Senator Rector had put an amendment with regards to omitting the opportunity or the, an opportunity or a choice, I would say, rather say choice, to be able to contract out these services in the event that we are not able to fill them because of the fact that most of our people now are going to other jobs that are definitely in the professional area or the technical areas, certified areas in which this really needs. So earlier, that was voted down. Okay, and this one here basically is doing the same thing. Is that, am I correct in that you are not giving that opportunity for that to happen?
No. What I'm trying to do is create opportunities for our people.
Senator Guthers, is your
right
mic
now,
on?
Madam Chair.
Is your mic on?
Yes.
Okay.
Right now, Madam Chair, we don't have these opportunities for our people because this department, particularly the environmental health section, does not have the money to hire personnel. Now that this body has determined a way to provide them the funds to hire personnel, they should be able to do so. And this amendment that I'm providing makes it very clear that the preference of this legislature is that they give the opportunities to our people directly into the career service as environmental health specialists. That's the intent of my amendment.
So the intent is not to completely take out the opportunity for the department to have a choice later on in the event?
No. My intent is to make it very clear that the Department of Public Health and Social Services shall fill the up to 15 positions with classified career employees of this government and shall not enter into contracts with private companies to provide a regulatory service that should be done by the government.
But in the event, like I said, but there's nothing in here indicating the opportunity in the event we cannot go. So I believe what you're saying is correct. I truly do, with respect to that. But I also believe that there should be an avenue in the event, because what if we can't fill those positions? Then those places that we need to inspect will continue to under, guidelines and regulations to be, not in compliance to,
Actually,
and people getting sick and coming out. So for that sake, that we're not going to be able to have somebody in that place just because of this?
Madam Speaker, the discussion earlier was that
Can you
Unless
please
we make
address
it
the
very-
chair?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
If you recall, Madam Speaker, the discussion earlier was that unless we make it very clear that the Department of Public Health and Social Services shall hire up to 15 environmental health specialists in various categories, then there is no way to make that the priority if this other option is allowed for. We're trying to make certain that this department hires into the career service environmental health specialists. Now, if for some reason they are not able to do it, it is not difficult for the Department of Public Health and Social Services to let this legislature know that they really need this other option. I haven't heard anyone from the Department of Public Health and Social Services say, give me this option to use private companies to provide a service that my department should be providing as a regulatory entity.
Thank you, Senator Guthert. Senator
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And then in lieu of that, then I would have to stand in objection to that. We have to remember, too, in this legislature, that the people out there that do work for private companies are our people, too. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator Taitagui. Are there any other speakers, Senator Espaldon, on the amendment?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also have to rise in opposition to this. Based upon the argument that was just put forth and the explanations that were just put forth, the author of this amendment says, well, we need to create opportunities for our people, and it seems to be that the first option always seems to be that, well, they should be given government jobs. I'm not really sure that I stand in full support that that's going to be that should be our first option. You have to remember that if we make this such a government-focused type of opportunity, where if you want to take advantage of the opportunities with this growth, that you have to join the government, and that's the only way you're going to be able to create it, and forget about entrepreneurial spirit. Forget about forming your own company. Forget about coming back from the States to try to take advantage of these opportunities when you've been away from home for so long. Now, the only way you'd be able to enter this market is if you join GovGuam. I'm not really sure I can stand for that proposition. And so when we start talking about creating that opportunity for our own people, we still have to remember we have our own people who have left the island because opportunities have been diminished in the private sector. They left. There are many who have been in contact with me who would like to try to come back. And they are in very specialized fields in all areas of the economy. And this is one of them. So again, to say that we're trying to create opportunities for our people is a very, in a sense that the only way you can do it is by making sure that they come on to the classified service of GovGuam, I'm not sure is the wisest thing. Because that tells me that all we're trying to do is grow government. I'm not sure I can stand for that proposition. There are a lot of business sector people, again, who have the same concerns for the growth of this island, who would like to do their job, who would like to be able to take advantage of the opportunities. And again, once this buildup starts to wane, once it starts to end and wind down, we will have a government with a lot more employees, but the opportunities or perhaps the responsibilities will no longer be there. And if we do go through the same cycles that we have seen throughout the past 20, 30 years, where some years we have good years, some years we have bad years, again, and in the end we end up less than breaking even because we've had to take care of some back bills that, we've had to borrow from Peter to pay Paul type thing, right? Then we are going to find ourselves in the same situation down the road as we have been in the past few years. So I think we need to make those private opportunities available, because we're not just talking about private opportunity or private companies of people coming in from all over the world. We're also talking about opportunities for our own local people to develop their own local enterprises. We're also providing opportunities by opening up to the private sector to be able to have our own people who are in the States right now to come back and establish their own companies to be able to take care of these opportunities. But if the only avenue to be able to take advantage of these opportunities is by joining GovGuam, then I don't think that we will see the return of these people. And in the long run, we may not be able to afford it. So I would like to leave that opportunity to be able to hire private companies in. And again, putting our own people. The previous speaker did mention the fact that the employees of a lot of these companies are our own local people. If they prefer to work for a private company doing this job because maybe there is more security, maybe because they like the work environment or the culture of that, then so be it. But we should not eliminate that prospect. And so I would have to stand in opposition to this amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator Espaldon. Senator Ada on the amendment.
Madam Speaker, I've never hidden the fact that I am in support of public-private partnerships, and if the private sector can provide the services, we should actually steer in that direction. But here's my concern now. It seems that we are getting, and I maybe the term to use, and just to describe it, is that I think we're getting myopic here. We're seeming like we're getting more concerned about, and rightly so, about providing employment to government, for government employment to individuals, but really the fundamental reason for Bill 135 is because we want to be able to have the resources that will be able to conduct the inspections at these temporary labor camps as a preventive measure to ensure that the public health is being properly guarded. Again, the intent of the bill is to provide this as an option, and if we're going to wait until they have been able to fill all 15 positions before they can go out and contract a private company, that may not be timely enough. And again, I want to emphasize the fact that this military buildup is coming down like a speeding train down the railroad track, and we've got to get in, we've got to put the measures in place that would give us those flexibilities to be able to address the negative impacts that the buildup will have. So again, we can see here on page 2 on line 23, it clearly states this authorization affirms that the Department of Public Health and Social Services has the exclusive power to regulate and enforce temporary workforce housing inspections to ensure that the inspections required to prevent public health emergencies are effectively accomplished, and to determine if the services of environmental specialists are hired, and if an independent environmental health inspection companies need to be contracted to augment its inspection capacity. So I don't know how much more we can say that, Department of Public Health is still in the driver's seat. If it does contract a private company, that private company will go out and conduct the inspections using the same procedures and guidelines that the government inspector has to follow. And there's also measures in the bill that says, addresses bribery and all those issues there. But again, this is an option that if we throw it out, we may be tying our hands unnecessarily. And the statement was made that, if they need it down the road, they can come here. Well, we know how that process works. You have to introduce the bill, the public hearing, it has to wait its turn on the agenda. It may not be a timely process. So let's just give them the authority now, and at some point, we've got to exercise some good faith in our directors. So, Madam Speaker, just as a matter of principle, I've always indicated that I would support these kind of measures, and I think it's appropriate in this case.
Thank you, Senator Ada. Are there any other speakers on the Guthertz amendment? Okay, Senator Guthertz, would you like to
Thank you
close?
very much. I appreciate the discussions and the input that's been presented on my amendment. I'd like to clarify, my concern is that this is a regulatory function. This is not a normal day-to-day kind of, service activity of government. This is a regulatory function of government, tantamount to almost being a law enforcement function, since environmental health must enforce the laws dealing with that particular area of expertise. And I just don't feel it's appropriate for a private business to do it. Number 2, we talk about opportunities. Certainly the private sector provides opportunities. But what's wrong with the government executing its responsibilities and providing the services that it is mandated by law to do. Now, Madam Speaker, this is going to set a precedent in this government. Are we going to be doing this for other agencies of government under the same kind of rationale that we may have trouble recruiting enough employees to be able to add more police services on the island, so let's privatize it and give police services to private businesses to execute? Are we going to be doing this in other regulatory areas of the government and law enforcement areas of the government and privatize that? I say this sets a precedent, and that is why I am concerned about it. I do not believe, Madam Speaker, it's in the best interest of this government to allow private companies to enforce these regulations and these laws. And that is why I have offered this amendment. And by the way, this amendment, whether it fails or passes, that I've offered, will affect other areas in the bill that I have amendments for. Thank you very much.
Point of information, Madam Speaker.
Please state your point of information.
The contracting of a private inspection company is not to enforce it. It is a tool that the Department of Public Health can use for the enforcement of the public health regulations. All that inspection company is going to do is going to go out there, make the necessary inspections, write up and come up with the conclusions, give that Department of Public Health, penalty, pulling permits, denying renewal of a permit. That's still the responsibility of public health. That private company is simply a tool.
Thank you, Senator. On the Guthard's amendment, there are objections, so those who are in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. No, those who are, yes, who are in favor of her amendment, because there are objections. I'm asking those who are in favor to please raise their hand. The amendment fails.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have another amendment. Page 2, line 18.
I need for you, yes, to clarify what that is. A limited.
Yes, on page 2, line 18, my amendment is to eliminate the words beginning with.
So delete, you mean delete?
Yes, to delete the words beginning with, establish the general parameters by which the Department of Public Health and Social Services will certify and contract independent environmental health inspection companies. And 2. So all the language starting on line 18 with the word establish, to line 20 with the word
and 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the line, actually the remaining language would be, it is further the intent of the legislation of Guam to direct.
Okay, on the Guthard's amendment.
Line 18, starting with the words starting with the words, the last 2 words on line 18, establish the. We're going to delete, starting with establish, all the way down to line 20, to the word that says to. So establish the general parameters
Senator
by
Guthard's, do you mind? We are very close to lunch, and your amendments are, we need to deal with your amendments individually, and I think it would be best if you could please then do each one of these separately and kind of write them out so that then we won't have this confusion here, and we're just going to take a break for lunch. And then I would recognize you first.
Madam Speaker, if the author would yield.
separate all.
But because it's kind of, when you look at it, they're all, I'm trying to keep track of it. The clerk will be able to help you do
Okay,
this because
fine.
you have
Thank you.
you have the arrow and says more, and I'm trying to figure out where are we
Okay.
going here. Please,
No objection, Madam Speaker.
Senator Ada, do you want to ask a question first
well,
before
yes.
we recess?
We're really kind of debating the same issue paragraph by paragraph, and that is on the issue of do we want to give Department of Public Health the authority to be able to contract an independent inspection company? Maybe we should discuss, and if the body feels that absolutely no contracting of a private sector company to do it, then we just go in and make the technical amendments. But otherwise, we're arguing the same thing over. So maybe we should, maybe that really should be the focus of the debate.
Well, my recommendation, Madam Speaker, would be... Now, my suggestion, Madam Speaker, is if the author on his own would add an amendment that the private sector option is the last resort, then I can go along with it.
Madam Speaker,
and I'll withdraw all of my amendments if he says that.
Madam Speaker, a lot of effort was put into this bill. I'm satisfied, and I think the committee that reported it out is satisfied with the form of the bill. If my colleague feels that it needs further tweaking, then that's really
that's why I did all these.
Responsibility.
So we are going to take a lunch break, and Senator Guthert, the clerks will be more than happy to work with you on your amendment. So we are in recess.
Give this to the legal counsel.
The legislature is back in session. Before lunch, we left off with Senator Guthert and an amendment that she wants to offer. So, Senator Guthert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, based on the discussion and the nature of the action so far in this bill, I've come up with what I think is a reasonable compromise on one of the issues which dealt with privatizing of the regulatory function of the Department of Public Health and Social Services regarding environmental health. So I'd like to read the amendment, if I may, Madam Speaker. The amendment would add a new section 26302.
One moment before you do, can you make the motion to withdraw your other three?
Oh, yes. Madam Speaker, I withdraw to move the other amendment I made earlier.
On that motion then, without any objections, so ordered. So now your new amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My motion is to add a new section 26302.2H on page 5 of Bill 135-30 to read as follows. The Director of the Department of Public Health and Social Services shall contract with an independent environmental health inspection company only as a last resort after attempting to hire environmental health personnel pursuant to the merit system, and only if unable to fill the positions after utilizing all local potential sources of recruitment, including Guam Community College, University of Guam, and other entities. So moved, Madam Speaker.
On the amendment, are there any speakers on the amendment? There being none, so on the amendment, are there no objections then? So ordered. Congratulations, Senator Guthert. Okay, so is there anyone else who would like to speak on the main motion? Then I recognize then the author to close.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much, and I want to thank my colleagues for the input that they have provided to make this a much better bill than what it was when it was introduced. I have provided to my colleagues a spreadsheet which shows the amount of revenues that will be generated as a result of this additional $91 that will be assessed on each H2 laborer that comes in. And essentially, at the end of 5 years, the additional $91 assessment fee would have generated approximately $6.7 million. the estimated revenue budget requirement that Department of Public Health has provided for this additional staffing level came out to approximately $6.8 million. So it's actually the revenue, it actually will be generating approximately $30,000 less over this 5-year period than the projected budget requirements. But I believe that's a that's a deviation that really is not significant, and given the estimates that we have, I think we can live with that. So I provide that information just to show that this is not going to be the treasure chest that's going to take Gov Guam out of its dire financial situation. I would just urge my colleagues to vote for the bill. I think it's something. It's an initiative that is certainly necessary for the community. And with that, Madam Speaker, do I need to move to send it down to the voting file?
Already, you've done that earlier.
Okay.
So now on the motion then to place, let me see, I want to make sure I get the right bill number 135 as amended, as substituted and amended on the floor down to third reading file without any objections. So ordered. Thank you very much, Centrada. We're going to move on now to bill number 147, and I recognize Senator Pangilinan as the author. Okay, let me find your bill. Mungi 147.
Are you ready, Madam Speaker?
I'm trying to, I don't even have,
Okay, we'll wait for you.
1 second, I'm sorry, I thought I had your bill here. Got it. Thank you, Senator Pangilinan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to move that Bill 147 COR, as amended by the Committee on Economic Development, Health and Human Services and Judiciary, be placed in the third reading file. I'd like to speak on the bill.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Bill 147, as amended, seeks to amend GIDA rules and regulations, of course, in law through statute regarding its lending practices. Recently, if you recall, the Board of Directors of GIDA had decided that they were going to give a grant, not even a loan, a grant of monies available that should be available to individuals seeking financial assistance to start up a business or expand a business from the funds and the coffers of the Guam Economic Development Authority, and thus, of course, the coffers of the people of Guam, that they, despite everything else that's happening in terms of people seeking these assistances, decided that they were going to give more money to a group of people who GIDA already is owed money by, and these individuals really in some instances don't even make attempts to make payment. That even though there are judgments against individuals that require them to make payments to GIDA, they just ignore it. And typically we would think, well then, if you think we've learned our lesson, then we're not going to lend to you anymore until you honor your obligations. But instead, they decided they're going to give him more money. And insult to injury, they were contemplating giving him a grant. So if you borrow money from us and you kind of just ignore paying us back, if you and you just ignore paying us back, we're not only going to insist that you do so, but next time we give you money, we'll give you a grant so you won't have to default. What kind of logic is that? It's called political logic. That's the kind of logic that exists in that kind of situation. And I think that we've got to stop that. And it's unfortunate that instead of just relying on the common sense and common good business practices of these individuals, we have to legislate that common sense into their practice. And I think this bill does that. It's pretty straightforward and it's pretty simple. That GITA will not give you any more money to you, your company, if you have a record of delinquency that has resulted in a loan default from financial assistance obtained from GITA or any other instrumentality of the government of Guam, unless the borrower has fully honored a workout agreement to the satisfaction of the creditor. So we're not saying nobody gets a second chance. We're saying you don't get a second chance, so to speak, if you just walk away from your obligation and ignore your obligation. So that, and that's exactly what happened here. People just walked away from their obligation. It prevents other legitimate businesses and individuals who have a real need for financial assistance from getting it, because they give it to people who just walk away from their loans, who just continually ignore opportunities to work out their loans, and just basically, for the life of me, don't understand how somebody can just do that. But we have people who do that. And our government seems to think that it's their obligation to continue to feed them. And when you do that, you take away opportunities from people who are credible, from people who want the opportunity and deserve the opportunity, and from people who pay back their obligations. Those are the type of people we want to help. But it seems like because of the politics of policy there, it's not those people that we seek to help. And that has got to stop, and this bill will put an end to that. It also limits those where you feel you fail to meet or fulfill the terms and conditions of receiving GITA assistance. So that when you just can't, again, not only do you not even want to do your honor your workout agreement, you just ignore everything and just refuse to honor your agreement. You fight GITA all the way, and when you're doing so, then you shouldn't be getting any more money. So we're not saying and trying to prevent anybody from disputing obligations or disputing defaults and so forth, but when you're doing that, you shouldn't be getting any more money. And so that also this bill will prevent GITA from doing that. Also, if you have a past due or unpaid civil judgment in the Superior Court of Guam, if you have defaulted on somebody that has taken you to court, it's a pretty good indication that you're going to default on other assistance. So, but if you have a judgment and you're making a payment, doing a workout plan, you still qualify for GITA assistance, because we know that from the experience and your demonstrated desire to honor these things, that we will give you a second chance, because we know that at least for that instance, your character, your credibility has prevented you and has convinced you to stay and work at honoring those obligations. And I think that is the type of person we're looking for. And then the fourth limitation would be if you are engaged in any unlawful activity that has resulted in the prosecution or conviction in the courts of Guam and the United States or a foreign jurisdiction. We just don't want to be doing business with criminals. We shouldn't be handing out government loans and assistance to criminals. It's pretty simple to me. It makes sense. We want to reserve the limited resources that we have at the Guam Economic Development Authority to helping people, helping entrepreneurs and business-minded individuals who have a plan, who have the desire and just need that financial assistance for them to fulfill their dreams. And we will help them do that by making sure that we don't waste those limited resources on giving these loans and these financial assistance out to people who just want to ignore criminals and or people who want to ignore the good business practices. You know, GITA is supposed to take a little bit more risk, and we do so. And that's why we're not saying that you can't get one if you have defaulted on your loan, period. We're saying you can't get one when you've defaulted and you've ignored it, no settlement agreement, no opportunity to work it out, and so forth. And so I think that that's what this bill does, and I'm certain that this is what is needed to ensure that what has happened in the past won't happen, and it will preserve the resources. Este na bill, Madam Speaker, ti mapun makomprendi hafa por usogwi. Tatunga na esti igida na ahensyang gobyerno. Pero wajuday tauto ni malago bumisnes pat malago na ladang kuludon niya business. Lo talia na minalago niya direktor siya gi mumaneneha esti igida na kulantiman masa poro manoi masalapi ejiginin mana adzo suka timalagwa pasi di binya pat suka malago dati mungagwe para u apositati di binya ja angin makatodi na masangoni na estige obligasyon mo estige kontrata mo kulantodza sigya man ano sigya man ma-promote sigya man ladang kulubutin niya ginini gobyerno pues anman malago mas manano atati suka gaigya gimenan niya gireckon esta man makonni para kotti esta madetermina gikotti non didibi jati man malalagwa talo man manaposi lugod di masangani mungam mano italo mas taimano ino na klase ni nasu taimano man maulikin mo na and edzigi siya na klase sa pudi guatungo niya pad guano ninain niya zaman mapatlinuzi halom ja edzo naman manoi pago iji prohimo ni siga giuzong aspiahim penyu para utogui idinansi kada mapatigi petta zaman dogdang ling niya todza sta logi guna guahay iji gay palinu zaman dogdag gipetta ling niya un gantan susri bagi malago zudoy munayo dos ganta ja eji prohimo ni para utsogi mo na idinansi Janafa ginagagaw niya, ilay dyan ni regulasyon, masanganganin na todza. At tana paras din na klase ni nasu, tapana paras din na klase na praktika, gwinigiboy minunota. Ja edzigi istige na biyo ginagagaw niya. Basta nodza, tasigya mo no, iji man gaypat linu siya, zaman ma spapanser gwatu, zaman matatago gwatu, jagi ko naman matus ta matunga sa estaman manyangon naida na fanlisto fanem sa tat mamana na ginene zuulugi akso za estaman yangono na an matuzo babaji ni peta fera di peta babaji ni katpeta don noy konti malago niya pagon ginini lansui tauto pad ginintasi pad ginin you not Zamattugato lang yalan itisinya de sa tajasta. Istita tatulaika. Istina klasin praktika. Tana parasti sa tidinansi. Jan tinahong sa lapita saan susumi no sa lapita jan kantidad. Banti sinya lekta titagagasta ta tidisya sa megay. No, masaya hafatay mano. Masya un mizona pat 100 mizon sa lapeta debi di tana dinansi mo na sa enoy na sinya man maulit lawan sigya para tana halo mesti siya da tanai tana fan bulay betsan niya ni butsin niya edji siya ituro man mafa bababay gobyerno itaw to Guam man mafa baba sa man manoy sa lapi da pes munga siya maposita tipes tasota tasotat, pesan man moto tati ta mabira siya tanoy talumos. Istige apropo po ni na bastay no. Mala ja tatsogi dinansi. Tatsogi kumbeni ta ajuda eji tauto ni tatungo na sincero magahit i malago niya dani potsogi. Ja angin dimalas sa ti todo do lambis ti manggay business na todi tempo lo angin demalas no tali na edyo na klasin tautos ti imasyawa pasin didi lo papasya ti umalogo daw matuk pat ti malogo za sigya challenge si kotti sa ti udu da bentrahidu ta sigya mo noy estige ugagawa judun mizo estige gihinasok ko dinansi na klasin programa pata na halong data na giniya dyan minaneya edjin i-action niya i-gida board of directors ni esti na klasin lai. Si Diyos Masi, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator Pangilinan. On the motion, Senator Palacios, you recognize?
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I cannot add any more to what the previous speaker had just presented. It's completely in agreement with how I feel about this issue. If you remember, Madam Speaker, recent events or recent news article, actually, I was surprised to have read that an individual with delinquent GIDA loan is again approved for the loan. And this bill, especially on Section 2, it clearly will control the potential abuse of discretion of what appeared to have been the case, I guess, in previous cases. See, the purpose of GIDA loan is actually to promote, business enterprise and to provide help to those people who are sincere in their desire to do something out of that loan, and not to just take advantage of it because it's available, because there is a connection by which it can be had. And so I completely support this bill and everything that the previous speaker just stated. I would like to I have a point of inquiry just to make sure that that class of individuals are included. If I may just ask the author of the bill for...
Would the author yield to a question? Senator Pangilinan? Senator Pangilinan, do you yield to a question? Okay.
Madam Speaker, on air it says here that an individual or business, on line 13, page 2, an individual or business shall be ineligible to apply for GETCA assistance if that individual or business or any of its employees, officers, and so forth. And my question is, if I were an officer of a business that defaulted, and then I, as an officer, now in my capacity as a private individual with a separate business that I want to get into, would I be disqualified? And if not, then I want the disqualification to include that, even to that level.
That's correct. And Senator Taitagui has shown me some amendments she's proposing that will do just that.
that no matter how you hide,
Right.
he'll still follow you.
Yes.
I like that.
Yes, she has some amendments that will tighten up and shed light under every stone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
may
Madam.
continue then, Senator
Thank you, Madam
Palacios.
Speaker. And again, I'd like to request the author if I can be the co-sponsor of this anti-corruption bill.
So on that motion then to place Senator Palacios as the second co-sponsor, no objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I have Senator Ada on the motion. Senator Taitagui.
Madam Speaker, if you could just give me a minute, they're copying the amendments. I have two amendments that I'm proffering, and that's coming out. But basically, it's to
I
to address-
would give you the time then to go ahead and
Okay.
prepare your amendment. I would move on with
It-
another
it-
amendment that we have on the floor.
Okay, it is already being circulated, has been typed up, so it's just once already been done, typed up, and
Oh, but
being
I don't have a
circulated.
copy of it. So, but I will come right to you as soon as I get it. Okay?
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I will go ahead and call, then recognize Senator Rector on an amendment then, or you to speak on the motion and then make your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in full support of this bill. It's a bill that's time has come, and I too agree. It's an anti-corruption bill. And you know, one of the issues that we find in this is like we can put all the laws and regulations we want in the books, but unless we put enforcement mechanisms in, and unless we give people the incentive to do the proper investigation and research, sometimes it doesn't get done. And one thing that I've noticed is very effective in the government of Guam, in getting agencies to do what this body mandates for them to do, is to put the onus on the director of the agency to make sure that the law is followed and it gets done. Henceforth, I have proffered the following amendment, which has already been distributed. It's to add a new subsection 50103Q, just after his new subsection P, that states if any individual or business is found to have been given a loan in violation of subsection 50103P, the director of GITA shall be docked the equivalence of 1 week's pay for every erroneous loan issued. So basically, if we have a director that's not doing the investigations and not doing the research, especially when it gets towards the end of a term, then if somebody comes in the next time and says, hey, wait a minute, all these bad loans were given in violation of the law, they can go back and hold the person that allowed that to happen accountable. So I encourage my colleagues to help put this little enforcement mechanism in so we can make sure this fantastic bill is followed. Thank you.
On the Rector amendment, is there anyone who would like to speak on the amendment? Senator Taitagui?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would have to object. The board makes those decisions in determining the loans, not the director himself, and I find that the language in there does not address that. So I would have to object.
On the Rector amendment, is there anyone else like to speak on the amendment? I'm going to call then for the vote. Since there is an objection, all those in favor of the Rector amendment, please raise your hand. Amendment failed. Senator Taitagui, I did receive your amendment, so you are now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too rise in full support of Bill 147. I believe what its intentions is to do is definitely printed out in this bill, and like you said, the corruption that my good friend from Chalampago had mentioned, the corruption bill. I like that. And I would also like to add into this, let's go with my first amendment, which is going to be addressing the question that the good Senator from Chalampago had stated. It will be again on section 2, beginning page 2, line 33. Okay, it will be on page, section 2, go to page 2. And if you start at Okay, 50103P, sorry, it's not, there's a typo, it's line 13, not
So
33, so I need a correction there, sorry.
Section 2, page,
Yeah, page 2, section 2,
line, there's no.
line
no-
13
oh,
instead of
13.
33.
Okay, 13.
Okay. And basically, it'll say an individual or business shall be eligible for GIDA loans, lease, grants, or other assistance if that individual or business or any of its officers, I struck out employees, officers and/or directors or owners, partners, or shareholders and then included that have more than 5% ownership interest in said business, including indirect ownership or other interests through proxy or trust or sister, parent, or subsidiary ownership interests, personally or through a relative within 1 degree of
Consanguinity.
sanguinity has, and I think there's
Okay.
oh, one moment, let me check. Okay, no, that's correct, and then has is the ending of that paragraph. Yes, then it begins the rest of the bill. So my amendment is for this, Madam Speaker, and the reason why is because having the words employees under that addresses that in the event you have a business, you have a loan from GIDA, and you start your business and you start to hire your employees and et cetera, that they are not, because you hired an individual who had, let's say, a misdemeanor to work as an employee. Sometimes companies hire individuals who are given a second chance to work and giving them an opportunity as they've done their community service in case of any event they are convicted of any kind of crime. So there are companies out there that open their doors to giving people a second chance. And this is why I'm proffering this amendment to address that situation and also including the 5% ownership interest in said business.
On the amendment, are there any speakers? Are there any objections to the amendment? So ordered.
Okay, my
Do you have
second.
another amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. On the second amendment, oh, did we make the clarification that it's line 13 instead of
Yes.
33? Okay. Thank you. Okay. It's on page 3, beginning on line 3. And this is just to, as I read, engaged in any lawful activity that has resulted in scratching out prosecution and putting in arrest warrant, indictment, or conviction in the courts of Guam, other states, territories, or jurisdiction of the United States. The United States or foreign jurisdiction, this section shall not apply in the event that the indictment is dismissed with prejudice or the arrest warrant is rescinded.
On the amendment, Senator Tina Rose Munya Barnes. You're recognized.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I understand the intent of this amendment, but I've always believed that when a person is arrested or indicted, they're still innocent until they're proven guilty. And for me, in all the years that I've been working with the Public Defender's Office, I've always believed, even personally, that every man is innocent till they're proven guilty, and then that goes through the process of what comes down. So for me, I'd like to delete the word, do an amendment to the amendment and delete the word indictment from this amendment. Indictment on line number 2. And then the last paragraph, if my amendment to the amendment is granted.
The last sentence, you mean?
That's right.
So your motion then is to amend the amendment by deleting the word
Indictment.
indictment, and then, you know,
Because
and
just-
also then the sentence this section shall not apply in the event that the indictment
Well, it becomes
is
moot
dismissed.
after that. It doesn't apply to it if indictment is
Well,
not
but
there.
if you're going to do that, you might as well do both.
Okay. But
Okay,
Madam
sorry, go ahead.
Speaker, the main intention of that is just because you're indicted doesn't mean that you're guilty already, that you're proven guilty of whatever was committed.
Okay, on the Barnes amendment to the amendment, which is to delete then the word indictment. Senator Palacios.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I understand, of course, that individuals that have not yet gone through the court process are presumed innocent. But, Madam Speaker, at the same time, an arrest warrant or indictment will not issue unless there's probable cause, there's good cause. Indictment is handed down by grand jury, not by police officers. And I think if there's any weight between the warrant of arrest or the indictment, I think the indictment would carry a heavier weight. I understand that warrant of arrest may be issued following the indictment. Now the point here is what would happen then if an individual whose indictment or arrest warrant has not yet been resolved, has not yet gone through courts, approve a get a loan, and then ultimately convicted. I mean, are we going to take back that loan? I would say that that individual, during the pendency of that indictment or arrest warrant, that should not qualify until that is settled. And at some point, it will settle. Either way. So, and then the last sentence there is that it shall not apply in the event that the indictment is dismissed with prejudice or that the arrest warrant is rescinded. And then that will clear that individual. But we cannot take back the loan after it's been approved and given out if the indictment ended up in conviction, which in the first place would have not made that person eligible. So I object to the removal of the word arrest warrant and indictment, and I support just leaving it there. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator Palacios. Is there anyone who would like to speak on the amendment? Senator Pangilinan, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I fully subscribe to the same belief and philosophy as the individual who objected to this, that you are innocent until proven guilty. But I still think it's not such a good idea that while you're under indictment, you be given public money to go about your business. And so there should be a pendency. There should be an opportunity for you to work that out, and then we'll trust you with our money. When you get indicted, it means you've breached the public trust through the evaluation of evidence that there is a likelihood that you have in fact broken the law. And you go to the courts to resolve that matter to get by a jury of your peers. But while there is good and sufficient evidence to believe that you have broken the law, I'm going to say we just shouldn't be giving you public money. I think we should wait. And in the event that you go forward with your trial and you get it dismissed, then you can qualify for the public money. So while I do believe you are innocent until proven guilty, I just don't believe it's good, prudent policy to say that we will continue to hand out public monies to individuals that have, in their actions, demonstrated that there's been good and sufficient cause based upon a preponderance of evidence or reasonable cause that you have violated laws of this community and the society. So I'm going to stand in opposition to the motion to delete.
Thank you, Senator Pangilinan. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on the amendment to the amendment? Senator Barnes, then there's no one else, so, okay, yes, Senator Blas?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, Madam Speaker, I understand where the mover of the amendment is going with this and wanting to protect the public trust and public funds. Um, and I believe there's a way to be able to do this. I'm a little bit uneasy here with regards to the language, because it almost appears to be an oxymoron. Engaged in an unlawful activity that has resulted in an arrest warrant and an indictment. That's like saying, we know you did it, that's why you got arrested and you got indicted. And that's not for us to decide that. And I agree with the concerns and the issues, and that were brought up by the immediate past speaker. And I want to be able to work with this. Madam Speaker, can I have just 1 minute to speak to the author of the amendment? 1 minute.
A minute recess. on the amendment, the main amendment that's been amended, anyone like to speak, or is there no, okay, to speak? Senator Palacios and then Senator Rector.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I support the amendment. I have a point of inquiry, and that is on the felony prosecution. At what point does it start? Is it at the filing of a case? Because then the next one is prosecution for a crime of moral turpitude. But the first one is that has resulted in felony prosecution.
Will the author yield to the question? Do you want the author or somebody else?
Anyone that can, I guess, offer, just to make sure, I mean, an arrest warrant or the issuance of an indictment, does that amount to prosecution? I don't know the technicalities of that. But we have to define it, felony prosecution at what point? At the filing in court of a charges? I guess that will be the earliest point in time. Then, so that any other, as long as there's no filing, then there's no felony prosecution can occur at that point. I mean, I'm just asking to define the time frame that would constitute felony prosecution.
Would anyone like to, with any kind of legal or police background, would like to attempt to answer that question?
We have legal counsel, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker.
See, only the AG can prosecute, and that's my point. And if only the AG can prosecute, then the AG would have to file in court. Then at that point, I guess that the first category would not apply, because then you say prosecution for a crime of moral turpitude, and then you can say prosecution for a crime of felony. I think so. But see, the second one is prosecution for a crime of moral turpitude.
Are you, so,
Okay. Okay, so in felony prosecution, okay, then that means they have to be a filing in court then. That's a point of clarification, that's all. But I support the amendment.
so the assumption then that it would be a filing then of the felony prosecution?
I think the prosecution will occur upon filing. Then prosecution commence.
Okay.
That's
And
all.
it's
Thank you.
important that this discussion is taking place, because then should they need to find out what the intentions
Yes.
are of this body, is that then it would be at the filing.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Senator Rector?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, you know, I'll tell you, I'm going to have to object to this amendment, just because I think the law of unintended consequences is going to come into effect if this passes. And let me explain why. A crime of moral turpitude. Well, I fired up Wikipedia and tried to find out what a crime of moral turpitude is. It's a massive, massive thing. And all kinds of people can be, I mean, mailing an obscene letter is a crime of moral turpitude. So if someone sends a passionate letter to a loved one that suddenly becomes not a loved one, but they still have the letter, that can keep somebody from getting a loan. Sodomy is a crime of moral turpitude, believe it or not. There's all kinds of things here that make bigamy is a crime of moral turpitude. Adultery is a crime of moral turpitude. All sorts of stuff in there. So even robbery and even theft is a crime of moral turpitude. So if you get caught shoplifting when you're 18, right, then you're done. So look, if we don't want to give out any loans, that's fine. Let's not give out any loans. But if we want to make it so that anybody can go after anybody else and stop people from getting loans, because they can say, oh, you're a sodomite, or somebody wrote a letter, or they look on their Facebook or MySpace and they wrote like some sort of sexy comment, or when they're a kid, the latest thing is sexting, where they send lewd pictures of each other to the thing, and then all of a sudden, 30 years later, they're going to apply for a loan and they can't get it because they did something silly when they were a kid, or made a mistake, or even did something bad. I just think that the problem with this is we're setting way too broad a net, and we're not allowing people to have done their time for their crime and got back into society. And that just doesn't work out for anybody. I mean, unless we want to say once you're convicted of anything, then we might as well lock you up and never let you participate in society. That's not the way we run our society. We believe that you're innocent until proven guilty, and we also believe that once you've paid for your crimes, you should be able to re-enter society and participate. So I just have a big problem with this broad net, and even the way it's written. I guess the way it's written here, it's only if you have a felony conviction. If you're accused of a crime of moral turpitude, you can't get a loan, but if you're convicted of it, then I guess you're okay. So, yeah, it doesn't quite make sense to me, so I'm going to have to stand opposed to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rector. Senator Respicio on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I understand the intent of this amendment, but I'm concerned about, a unintended consequence, if you can consider that. This amendment, as it's presented, and it's also in the current bill, as presented to the body, deals with prosecution. But if in the event the prosecution results in the person being prosecuted has been found innocent, they're trying to remedy this by saying this section shall not apply in the event that the prosecution is dismissed with prejudice. I'm very concerned about something like this. We all understand whenever there's a business opportunities presented to people, they develop their business plans, they have timelines. What if in the event that person who is trying to get a loan with Gita is the subject of a felony prosecution, and we all know how long these things take through the courts and through the legal system, and fast forward 4 or 5 years now, the individual is found to be innocent. They've missed that business opportunity. They missed the opportunity. You just can't reverse the clock. So I think we should just be dealing with convictions. I think our whole Constitution is found on the premise that you're innocent until proven guilty. And I support those other senators, particularly the senator from Manila, who shares the same thinking, Madam Speaker. And I rise in opposition to the amendment. And after this time, I'm going to ask our colleagues to look at the original bill. I'll offer another amendment so we can just deal with convictions and not involve ourselves with preventing anyone from being able to get a loan just because they're mere subject of a prosecution. We all know what kind of prosecutions can take place in our island. We all know about prosecutorial misconduct as well, Madam Speaker, and I don't think that I definitely know that I don't want to be a party to that. I don't think this body should be a party to that we should uphold the basic tenets of the Constitution, which says we are innocent until proven guilty. Every man that is charged is innocent until proven guilty, and this amendment goes against that grain, and so I rise in opposition to it.
Thank you, Senator Respicio. Senator Pangilinan, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think we're arguing about the wrong thing. We're arguing about the standards that we're going to use to give a GITA loan, not standards of prosecution and misconduct and so forth. Nobody has a constitutional right to a GITA loan. So we can set any standard we want as long as we don't run afoul of the protected classes of discrimination. That's what we can't go against, but there's nothing in the Constitution that says everybody's entitled to a GITA loan and You know, you can't deny someone that. And so, let's say somebody is under prosecution for a crime, and he asks for $1 million, or let's make it $10 million. And because he's under prosecution, we said, we're going to give it to him. And yeah, maybe it's 2-3 years later, he gets convicted. What do we do then? Ask for the money back? Right away? Or now does he have a case? Wait a minute, we had a contract. You gave me that money. So why not put the gate at the front rather than in the middle? And the idea of this is, you're right, it may be a little bit stricter, but I just don't think it's good public policy to hand out limited government funds to somebody that's under a cloud of their actions being legal or their character. This moral turpitude, that's what we can say to a doctor, you can't have a license to practice on Guam. That's what we can say to a senator, you can't run for office. Moral turpitude. That's the standard we're using there. All of a sudden, we can't use it when we want to hand out government money. It's too broad. This is the standard that is used to test the character of the individual, I think. And it's been codified, and case law has now said that this is an acceptable standard. And it is a standard that is measured against the legal actions, but it doesn't really measure the legality of the situation. It measures the character of the individual. Because that's what, when we say moral turpitude, is what kind of a person are you? How do you conduct your life on these kind of issues? So to put it in here and say you can't do this because we want to be able to give out money, but you can't run for office, or you can't practice medicine, you can't get a pharmacy license, you can't get a teaching certificate, and yet we can give you money so that you cannot pay it and run away, come back and we'll give you some more. So do we really think that we ought to protect government money more than we ought to protect our children? Or that we should be less lax about protecting the government resources, about protecting our children, protecting our judges? A judge can't get confirmed by this body if he's had a crime of moral turpitude. I think some of our lawyers shouldn't be practicing if they get convicted of moral turpitude. I mean, it's the standard. And maybe we are shocked. Oh no, we should think lawyers should be, because I'll leave that alone, buddy. But we should. It's a standard that is used, maybe we want to be vague, but it really is not for the legal aspect of it. I think that over the years, the legal history, the legal case, the legal application of this standard has evolved over the years. But it started out as not a legal thing, but a measurement of the individual's character, their propensity for honesty, their propensity for openness, their propensity for transparency, their propensity to living their life in the community and honoring the standards of that community. That's what moral turpitude measures. And I think it's a good standard to say that in this community, when this is how you conduct your life, you shouldn't be eligible for this public benefit. Because it's not a public right, it's a public benefit. To be able to get a loan from the public till. And if they are such good businessmen, or the plan is so good, then let the private banks, who may not be as concerned with moral turpitude, because the underlying issue is profit, let them give him a loan. We're not saying you can't get one from the banks. We're just saying you can't get the people's money when you have behaved in a fashion that is not an acceptable standard of behavior in this community. And I think, to me, that during the pendency of these things, that's not acceptable behavior. And when it's dismissed, come back. So I understand the concerns. Everybody's concerned about this fundamental cornerstone of our democracy with regards to individual rights and liberties of innocent until proven guilty. But it extends to a certain point, and it doesn't mean that you're guaranteed a constitutional right to a Gita loan. We can build in all sorts of gateways to ensure that only those individuals who demonstrate acceptable standards of behavior and acceptable practices will get a loan. So I understand the concerns, but I disagree with the rationale. And therefore, I stand in support of this. And remember now, we're talking about a felony conviction. So when they say prosecution of a crime of moral turpitude, that by itself, unless it results in a felony conviction, is what would be the disqualifier. Because if you get prosecuted and you're found not guilty, then it doesn't count against you. So in that respect, I think that even with that in there and the way it's done, with the addition of that felony conviction that was made earlier, it provides that safety valve that yes, during that pendency, and if you are in fact a good, upstanding citizen who has not violated the laws of this community as determined by a jury of your peers or by an examination of the evidence in which the indictment is withdrawn, then you are free and clear and you can participate in this public benefit once again. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Pangilinan. On the Taitagui amendment, is there anyone else who would like to speak on the amendment? Senator Espaldon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to make an amendment to the amendment. I've been listening to all the arguments, and I'll make my vote accordingly. But it doesn't make sense to have the word unlawful in this amendment. It says basically, or is engaged in any unlawful activity that has resulted in felony prosecution. You cannot determine the lawfulness of the action or the activity until the prosecution has come to an end. So again, that would then place, I suppose, the Board of Regida to determine whether the activity was unlawful, and I don't think that really is the intent. So my motion is to strike the word unlawful from this amendment.
On the amendment to the amendment to delete the word unlawful, are there any objections? No objections? Ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak on the amendment that has been amended, which is the Taitagui amendment? Senator Taitagui, do you want to close, or do you want me to call for the vote?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would actually like to withdraw this amendment. And I have a new amendment. Actually, the reason why I'm doing this, Madam Speaker, and hopefully right after this, we can then just vote on this if anybody else has any problems with this and want to address it. But it's to basically
it's okay.
address.
Let me just.
So let me go ahead and withdraw.
On the amendment then to withdraw now her amendment, are there any objections? Okay, so.
I know. Can we keep his comments in, because it was beautifully said and well put.
Are you going to reconsider your objection?
No, it's just to address Senator Palacios' concerns about the language in the amendment, to make sure it's clear and it fairly is. If you give me 1 minute, Madam Speaker.
I think so.
Okay.
We'll take a minute recess to resolve this.
Taking out
We're
unlawfully.
back and from recess. Senator Taitigui, then you wanted to make a motion to withdraw
Yes.
your amendment,
Yes.
and there are no objections now, so ordered. And you have another amendment.
Yes, this amendment, Madam Speaker, will definitely address the concerns that my good colleague from Chalampago, and also incorporate the section of unlawfully with my colleague. Where are you from anyways? Tamuning now? Okay. My good colleague from Tamuning. Depends what day. Okay, and this is on page 3, amendment section, subsection 4 of section 2 to read, engaged in any activity that has resulted in prosecution for a felony or a crime of moral turpitude or felony conviction for that type of crime in the courts of Guam, the United States, and foreign jurisdiction. This section shall not apply to in the event that prosecution is dismissed with prejudice. And
you
I
have
would
that in
call for the-
writing?
It's all right here, Madam Speaker, all done, nice and clean, so
Okay, it's.
I will bring it up to you
Is there
now.
any objection? None? So, yeah. Can you print another one? Is that the new one? Okay, recess to get some copy.
much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have no objections with disqualifying individuals who have been convicted of a felony or individuals who have been convicted of a crime of moral turpitude. And I just want an opportunity to say that my previous comments regarding an earlier amendment, I nowhere near implied that we have a constitutional right to a gita loan. What I was talking about, Madam Speaker, is that there's really a difference from a prosecution to a conviction. And I understand that gita loans involve the people's money and the people's trust. So are other things in the area, a lot of other areas of our government of Guam, both locally and nationally. And I just asked the body to pause for a second to just know how easy it is to prosecute someone for a crime of moral turpitude. I don't have a problem with deeming people ineligible for a loan if they're convicted of a moral turpitude, or deeming people ineligible to run for office if they have if they were convicted of a crime of moral turpitude. But in the case of, well, I wonder what kind of precedents we'll be setting in this sense in the case of our own election laws. If that law was amended to say that you will be ineligible to run for office, public office, if you were prosecuted for a crime of moral turpitude, and then you go through this prosecutorial process, the election is over, how can you have them have another election so you could have been eligible to run for a seat in that past election cycle? So there's really a difference in my mind's eye between prosecution, conviction. We all know what those differences are, and I just think it's a slippery slope to tie the mere prosecution to what we're attempting to do here. I would have no problems if the language remained as is, but we delete any references to, maybe I can do that this time so we can just dispose. I have an amendment, Madam Speaker, so we can address this now, to change the word prosecution to conviction. So it'll say engage in any activity that has resulted in a conviction for a felony or a crime of moral turpitude. Yeah, conviction of.
So the amendment is to, one moment, I want to make sure that everyone and the clerks in particular has heard it, is to delete the words persecution for and add a conviction of. And it will read, engage in any activity that has resulted in a conviction of a felony. Is that correct? Senator Respicio?
Yeah, or and the reason for doing this again, I would not have so much of an objection if it's a prosecution for a felony crime, because we all know the kind of legal work that goes into putting these cases forward and the kind of standards and thresholds that have to be met before a indictment is handed down. And even at that, sometimes it results in the individual being found innocent. But if we're merely saying the prosecution for a crime of moral turpitude, Madam Speaker, it's very easy to bring forward any kinds of allegations, and I just wonder the due process in any sense. And you're saying, and I know the comments are, but this is a Gita loan. But the same thing could happen is if someone is trying to apply for a Gita loan, their competitor can allege certain things and submit and start a process where they will deem the applicant ineligible by coming up with all kinds of allegations and having charges that that applicant should be found guilty of a crime of moral turpitude, and the very submittal of that notice or that complaint would deem that applicant ineligible. So I understand what we're doing here, but I think the standard and threshold should be changed from prosecution to conviction, and that's my amendment.
Senator Respicio, can you now read, please, the way it should read with your amendment?
I think it's engaged in any activity that has resulted in, then change prosecution to conviction of a felony, and then the rest is the same.
Okay, so the rest are still in there, or a crime of So it's the
And then
only-
you would delete the last sentence where it says, "This section shall not apply in the event the prosecution is dismissed with prejudice," because that would not be
So
necessary.
that section is to be deleted, sentence rather. So engage in any activity that has resulted in a conviction of a felony and continue all the way to jurisdiction. But the last sentence, this section, would be deleted.
That's correct.
Okay, so, all right, let me make sure, because the clerk wants to make sure it's correct. Engage in any activity that has resulted in a conviction of a felony or a crime of moral turpitude or conviction for that type of crime in the courts of Guam, the United States, or foreign jurisdiction. Period. Yes, it doesn't make sense. That's exactly when you come to the or conviction for that type of crime. For technical areas, I mean, correction, could the legal counsel was suggesting then the crime of moral turpitude in the courts of Guam, and continue to lead or conviction for that type of crime. That's exactly what legal counsel is suggesting. So it should read one more time: engaged in any activity that has resulted in a conviction of a felony or a crime of moral turpitude in the courts of Guam, the United States, or foreign jurisdiction. Okay? On that amendment, then, Senator Pangilinan, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I certainly appreciate the, the standard that we're trying to put in place here. But again, I must reiterate, one concern is, what do you do with somebody who's been going through prosecution and you give him $10 million and then he gets convicted? How do you recover the government money if, by that standard, they would not have been able to get that loan? So do you ask for it back? Do you ask for it back over terms? Do you ask for it back right away? That's why I'm saying, put the gate at the front. And when it gets let them go to other people who have no concern about that to give them the money. GITA is not the only place to get your funding. But GITA is the place where those are government funds and government. And if we want to set a higher standard, I want to set that higher standard on this. And prosecution can only occur when you've gone through the process of having the evidence reviewed by the Attorney General's office, investigated by the Attorney General's office, taken before a jury, a grand jury, and then they get to vote on whether or not prosecution to proceed. So nobody can go and file a police report and then next day you're being prosecuted for that crime. So prosecution already has a built-in system in which a jury of your peers with no presentation of exculpatory evidence, maybe, that could clear you is withheld. It shouldn't be withheld in that process. So there is a process, and yet we've heard about prosecutorial misconduct and so forth, and we may believe that, but nobody's been convicted of prosecutorial misconduct here on Guam yet. So while we may allege that, there's been no even prosecution of it. So again, the process of getting to the prosecution stage requires that there be some legal steps that need to occur, legal standards that are measured in order to even go to and file an indictment in the court that leads to prosecution. So it really isn't as easy or as open-ended or as free to get to a prosecution stage. You have to go through the grand jury process. They have to decide on the evidence presented before them that there is probable cause that the crime has occurred based upon the evidence presented. And if evidence is presented or withheld that could have cleared you in that process, you can bring that up when you discover it, and it'll be dismissed. So again, I understand trying to make that clear line distinction, black line distinction between prosecution and conviction, and differentiate those two standards. But to me, for this purpose, because of some of the impractical nature involved in recovering this government funds, when it, at the conclusion of this, why don't we just hold it in abeyance and say, when you clear your problems, come to us on those issues that affect our ability to make a judgment on you. Because these are the standards we're going to use. So I understand that. I still am not convinced that I want to proceed with that. And so therefore, I do object to that amendment.
Thank you, Senator Pangilinan. Senator Palacios on the amendment, to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Whether this amendment pass or not, I think that there should be at least a section here that an applicant for a GIDA loan against whom an indictment is issued or a felony warrant is issued, his application should be placed on pending file until such indictment or arrest warrant is resolved. That way, he's not denied, but we cannot get forward. We cannot move forward. I think that's the least that I can ask. Otherwise, the Telo amendment as it stands, it should be adequate then to take care of that. I mean, we have seen abuses in the past, and there will be more abuses if this body continues to be lenient about these things. And so this is the way to control this and reserve such limited funding, such limited resources to those individuals who are sincerely desirous of getting into some kind of project or anything that they want. But a lot of money goes to corrupt officials. And this is one approach to curtail that or put that in check. Anyone who is under indictment, Madam Speaker, and I emphasize to you, would have to be preceded by tremendous evidence presentation, calculation, and deliberated by a grand jury of 12 people, the majority of whom would have to approve the indictment. And to get to that extent and issue an indictment and to not consider that as a serious stage in the process, to me, I mean, it's, and then the loan, perhaps, if this amendment were to pass, then at least we should reduce down the loan to $500 get gallon and then go ahead and approve that. But I mean, I may be a little bit sound facetious, but the bottom line is that there's no way this government, these people, the people of Guam, can take back the money if that indictment goes to and resulted in conviction. There's no way. And I will not be responsible for such a deficient loan. And I too share the sentiments of the senator from Barrigada that we have to take this loan out to that stage before conviction. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Palacios. So all those then in favor of the Respicio amendment, please raise your hand because there is an objection. The amendment failed. So we're back to the original amendment, Senator Taitigui. All those who are in favor of the Taitigui amendment, I'm sorry, no objections?
There is an objection.
Oh, there is?
Madam Speaker, before we go on, if I may.
Okay, wait, yes, please, Senator Espaldon.
You're right. This is to the Taitigui amendment. I just wanted to amend this amendment to include the territories of the United States. I mean, under the original amendment that was proffered several years ago, today, it did include the U.S. territories, and this amendment does not. So, again, without it, then that would exclude any proceedings that are happening, perhaps in American Samoa, the Virgin Islands, or Puerto Rico, and whatnot. So, I just want to amend it to reflect that in the courts of Guam, the United States, and its territories, or foreign jurisdictions. So, just to add the word "and its territories" after United States.
Okay, on that amendment, are there any objections? Objections to order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
On the Taitigui amendment that has been amended, all those who are in favor, please raise your hand since there is an objection. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. Count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Back there, 5, 6, 7. Then myself, 8. So it passes. Now, on the main motion then to place on third reading, on the main motion then to Senator Tina Rose Muñoz Barnes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, Madam Speaker, when this bill was first presented to me, I too said I had no problem with the bill and wanted to support the bill. And as I looked further into the committee report, that section 4 that was amended really struck a chord with me. And knowing where I've come from and where I was raised, I said to myself, you know what? For me, I've always believed that sometimes men take a crooked road in life, but they always come back. That was something that was instilled to me many, many years ago when my father imparted those words to me, because somebody near and dear to me had made a mistake in their lifetime. But because he said, give that person a chance to learn from his mistakes, to learn from the wrongdoing, because they will always come back to the love of the family. They will always come back to do what's right. And he said, in every man, and a woman for that matter, there will always be some good. And then I look at this law, and I also I look at this legislation, and I look at the testimony that was provided by the testimony from the director, the executive manager of GITA, and it talks about the possibilities of this bill hampering or handicapping, is the way he wrote it, that what this legislation would do if it was passed. But still with that, based on some of the testimony that was presented, I said, no, I still want to give this bill a chance. I still believe in my heart that based on those who are guilty of walking away from something that this government gave to them as a chance and an opportunity to move forward in an economy, to better their livelihoods, to work in making our economy here better, that opportunity was given to that individual. This is how this bill was why it was introduced, was because for those who violated that we were going to stop that and not have it done before. And I kept saying, you know what? Number 4 on section 2 really bothered me, because just based on what I shared with you and the upbringing and the imparting of what my father gave to me, I truly believe that in cases where people may have not done a major crime or something that may have resulted in pure circumstance or whatever, because it probably goes through the process of you're innocent till you're proven guilty, and until you get convicted or adjudicated from something that was sent down from a grand jury, you go through those steps. But this legislation started only because, if I understand correctly, was to make sure that those who take advantage of this government of Guam, who walk away from something that was already given to them and then want to come back and do it again, we're going to say, no way. No way, Joe. No way, Jack. But you now have put in a section, continue to put in a section that takes away from the value of a person who probably wants to do good. And I'm saying, why should we take that opportunity away from one of our local people or our local residents here who really may have done wrong as a young person, but yet has changed their lives, has rehabilitated, has gone through the process, has worked their lives, has gone that straight line, and wants to make a difference because they have a plan and they have something that would be good for the greater good of Guam. And they have a business and they want to work, but you know what? They need our help. You know what? I'm not afraid to stand up and say, you know what? I'm going to give this man a second chance. And that's where I stand with this. This legislation started out to make a strong stand that we're not going to give those who take advantage. For me, it is not to not give to those who really want to make a difference. And that's where I stand with this, Madam Speaker. I'm really hoping that before this bill gets put down to the committee that we really, really, really revisit that. Because all my life, I've been imparted by a man who I love the most that is now probably in heaven looking over for me and saying, you know, Tina, you're probably doing the right thing. Maybe your colleagues don't agree with you. But you know what? I've always said, in every man who may have done wrong or may have been misguided during their young journey in life can always and will always come back and be better. And I don't ever want to know that this government will give that and take that opportunity away from them. And I'm going to find it because I really believe in the intent of why this was being pushed forward. But I still have a major reservation on Section 4 as it is placed today. So with that being said, I'm going to just hopefully really, really look at this intent because like I said, Madam Speaker, the way it started, I really believe that it would make a difference. But when you take the opportunity away for some, especially those who have lived here all their lives, I'm just saying it's not fair. It's constitutionally, it's not even right. You're just taking away from, okay, maybe it's a benefit or maybe it's a benefit that they can look at or that they can qualify for, but why do we take it away from them? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator Munya Barnes. Would the author like to close, or I'm going to call for the vote is there any objection to place it then on the third reading file? No objection to place it on third reading? Are there any objections? No objections? Then it's down on third. I'm sorry? Okay, so it's down in third. My understanding is that they've arrived, the officials, but our appointment is not for another 10 minutes. We can actually entertain one more resolution, a resolution rather, that we can send down in 5 minutes and then recess. So, is no objection to that? So we can do. So, well, just quickly. So, Senator, can you cover?
Speaker Wampa, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to make a motion to place Resolution 148-30 LS on the third reading, but just to briefly discuss it with so my colleagues would understand what this resolution is all about.
Please proceed. Is your mic on?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this resolution, and it's really brought before our body, and it actually had a public hearing as well, because it is going to go out of our community and in particular to Congress. What this resolution actually is for is on behalf of the Baha'i faith that we all know has actually been founded for more than a century and a half ago, and they're in over 100,000 localities throughout the world, and every ethnic group, culture, profession, social, or economic backgrounds are of that faith. And one of the many of the principles, rather, that's embodied in the faith is religious tolerance, the unity of mankind, the elimination of prejudice, the equality of sexes, and universal peace. And they then, in essence, they also practice then in Iran, but by themselves practicing there, that the Islamic leaders then actually has very little tolerance of any other religious groups practicing in their country. So on May 14, 2008, 6 of their members were coordinating activities there, and they were arrested as political prisoners and have not been released. And these individuals, then the government has announced that these prisoners now will be tried by the Revolutionary Court on charges of espionage on behalf of Israel, which is they consider an insult to the sacredness of Islam, and also that they are promoting propaganda against the regime, and which were all capital offenses. So, and if you look further into their faith and their community, that none of these charges, of course, are in any of their history or their teaching, so it does not then lend any credence to such charges. So therefore, what we're asking is that the United States and the United Nations Human Rights Commission, who have protested then the persistent violations of human rights and cultural cleansing directed against the Baha'i community for the Iranian government, that they ceased and continue, and we urge them and Congress, the President of the United States, to continue their efforts to call upon the Iranian government for the immediate release of the members of the Friends of Iran and all others held because of their religious beliefs, and to afford these individuals an opportunity to practice their religion as guaranteed by the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And copies of these will be sent to the President of the United States, to the Secretary of State, to the Chairman of the House Committee of Foreign Affairs, and to the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations, and of course to our governors. So I ask my colleagues then to support this resolution in hopes that not just the Baha'i faith, but that all religious faith will be able to practice freely wherever they are in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker Wampet. Anybody else wishing to speak on Resolution 148? Senator Matt Rector, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to speak in favor of this resolution. It's interestingly enough, I got to live a year of my life in the country of Iran, and while the people there are phenomenal, warm people, as we know that any government can have an oppressive and persecutive nature given the opportunity. When good people stay silent, bad things happen, and I feel for the folks that are being persecuted currently in the nation of Iran. And not just these people, but the people that stood up for democracy not too long ago and had protests all over their country for a bad election. It's a country in need of all of our help and all of our prayers, and the resolution supporting the people being persecuted for religious beliefs is the least that we can do. So I stand in full support of this resolution. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator Rector. Senator Pangilinan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, Madam Speaker, I just want to make sure, of course, that that we state this clearly and as a policy of this body and in support of, freedom and democracy and the rights of individuals to worship their greater being, however they define that within their sphere of beliefs. And that's really what we're trying to do, and I want to be clear on that we support that everywhere in the world. Iran is in a place that its governmental regime is accused of not allowing that. And it is not the people of Iran that we are, of course, speaking against. It is that governmental regime that doesn't allow the people of Iran that free expression, that allows individuals that live within that country that free expression of a right to worship that greater being that places peace in their life. And that's really the goal here, that no matter where you turn to and who you turn to for solace in this world, for guidance, as a measure of your worth as an individual in living your life within that community, that none of that should be inhibited, none of that should be suppressed, and none of that should be used as a reason to prevent you from doing that, because that greater being is different from the governmental regime's greater beings. And so I certainly applaud you for advancing that. At least that's how I see this, and support this resolution towards that intent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Pangilinan. And Senator Guthertz, on the resolution?
Madam Speaker, I'm just curious, who's going to deliver this to Iran?
You can volunteer if you like, but
Well,
it's
it's
going
very
to be
dangerous
sent
for me to
by-
do it, I
via
think.
mail.
So, but I've just wondered the logistics of delivering this to Iran. I'm just
The
curious.
same that we've always sent resolutions will be,
We're going to send it by mail?
yes.
Oh, Secretary of State. Okay, very good. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator Guthrie. So on the motion and to place on third reading, without any objection, so ordered. We're also going to take a recess. There is a meeting in my office, conference room rather, in about 3 minutes, and we will recess until tomorrow morning at 9.